more than the time about the me at the cafe. But even the long tattoo, made cafe.
Ralu, ralu.
Ino tātou, e te wātua whakarongo mai e mātou whānau. Ki te haramai nei, ki te waia te himi nei, ko puria nei. Te aroha mai, ko tātou tēnei wā, o tātou tēnei te kaupapa. Hei puki te ora ta kāhata, maramatanga me taudarangi Māori. Wā whakamoimiti, whakawetai. E te wairo hoki a tātou tēnei whare. Wāngani a tātou tēnei kaha, me te kororea, tōna ingoa, āke tōnu wāke. A whiti whakamaua ki a tēnā, haumi e, hui e, tā e. Kia ora mai no tātou.
Kia ora mai. Tēnā tātou katoa, nau mai, hara mai. Welcome to everybody to this second day this week of our hearings. Today we are focusing on the Methodist Church and its institution of Wesley College, and we'll be dealing with that all day. As you see, we're doing it Talanoa style because there is a distinct Pacific flavour to the events that we are investigating today. It'll be more free-flowing, perhaps a little less formal than when we sit up there. And for that reason, I'm going to ask you all to respect the space, respect the VAR. And there was an incident yesterday where some people were trying to evade some of the privacy orders that we have to make to protect our survivors in particular, whose names they do not want to have published. And so I do ask that you respect that when documents come up that we just simply must not be publicised to protect those individuals. So I please ask you to respect that. There's another aspect of respect, and that is that I'm told that yesterday there were some people who have colds, and they were in the room, and we would ask that if you have any symptoms at all of a cold, please would you wear a mask. It is for the benefit of those around you. Again, it's a matter of respecting the VAR, of making sure that everybody in the room is safe. And so I would ask you that if you suffer in any way, just a little runny nose, please do that in the interests of the whole. So thank you for that. So now I'm going to ask, where is she? Oh, there she is. Our counsel, and I'll call for appearances because I appreciate we've got new bodies in the room today in terms of lawyers, and we'll just make sure that everybody knows who is who. So we'll start with you, Ms. Sharkey. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, just introductions first.
Yes.
I am Tania Sharkey, Counsel assisting the inquiry, and I am joined by Rachel Lilly, Kelly Curran and Rebecca Harvey-Lane in the front row.
Thank you.
I could also introduce the back row.
Well, why not?
Alicia Castles, Richard Royal, Angie Nicholas and Jenna Johnson-Alfai.
Good. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. Ko Maria Dew aho. I appear today as counsel for the Methodist Church and for Wesley College, and I appear with my colleagues Ms Harkis and Mr Fernandez.
Thank you, Ms. Dew.
Thank you.
Harkis. All right. So we now know who's in the room, and is there any other counsel who are appearing? Oh, Ms McKechnie, you're here.
Yes, ma'am. Ms McKechnie for the Catholic bishops and congregational leaders. We don't intend to take an active role today, but we will be here for the rest of the week.
All right. Okay. Just there. Yes. And Ms.
Rachel Schmidt-McLeod toko ingoa ko Maone, Ms Moore, mo te karona. Again, I don't intend to take an active role, but I'm here to observe.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou.
All right. So we know everybody in the room so far, and now, Ms Sharkey, I invite you to start with the introductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tēnā koutou katoa and malolele. My name is Tania Sharkey. I'm counsel assisting the inquiry today. By way of visual introduction, I am a female of Tongan Palangi descent. I am wearing a green poletaha, which is a Pacifica dress, with a black jacket, and I have red glasses on. I acknowledge all survivors who are present at this hearing today. I acknowledge the survivors who are joining us on the live stream. I acknowledge your supporters, families and friends, and the community who have turned out in support at this hearing. I specifically acknowledge survivors of abuse in the care of the Methodist Church of New Zealand and the survivors of abuse at Wesley College. I acknowledge William Wilson, who is here today. He is the courageous Pacific survivor who bravely shared his experience of abuse at Wesley College at the Pacific People's Public Hearing in July 2001 at the Whale o Samoa in Mangere. Whilst at the State Institutional Response hearing in August of this year, we heard evidence from the Ministry of Education and Education Review Office regarding faith-based educational settings, including schools such as Wesley College. Today is also an extension of the Pacific People's Public Hearing, as representatives from the Methodist Church of New Zealand and Wesley College attend to publicly respond to abuse that happened at Wesley College to survivors like William Wilson and others who have since come forward. The Pacific People's Public Hearing was called Dulo, Our Pacific Voices, Tatale Pulonga. Dulo is a term commonly used in many Pacific languages to show courtesy when coming within another's personal space. It is used here to acknowledge the voice and personal spaces of our survivors, their supporters, friends, and their families. Tatale Pulonga is a Tongan metaphor meaning lifting the dark cloud. This metaphor is commonly used to demonstrate the lifting of darkness, and in this context today, a dark history of abuse and care. This is the spirit within which this hearing day is being conducted. It is why today's layout is different, as we whawholo whala, roll out the mats, figuratively speaking, and engage in talanoa as best we can in these circumstances, ensuring a survivor focus in receiving the responses of the Methodist Church and Wesley College, and also observing that over 350 students are sitting in class today at the school in South Auckland, a school which is almost 75% Pasifika and 20% Māori. The day will begin with Reverend Tautari, welcome, who was General Secretary of the Methodist Church of New Zealand. Since the scope was expanded to include other faiths, including the Methodist Church, this is the first time the inquiry will hear publicly from the Methodist Church. After the morning break, we turn our focus to Wesley College. We will have 2 panel sessions focusing on themes relevant to historical, contemporary and future matters. We will hear from representatives of the Methodist Church and their boards. I have invited the commissioners to take part with questions as we progress throughout the day. In the afternoon sessions, the inquiry has invited a community voice to join the panel. Sekope Kepu is an old boy of Wesley College, a former prefect and now professional rugby player. He is a well-respected role model and leader in our Pasifika community, in particular our children and young people, and he is passionate about the prevention of bullying and violence in schools. And finally, as the Methodist Church are inviting redress claims from survivors of abuse at Wesley College and other care settings under the Methodist Church, the final session today will focus on redress and recommendations. I will leave my opening comments there, Madam Chair, as we have a lot to cover today. I will now hand matters over to Maria Ju KC to make her opening statement and introduce other witnesses.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Ju.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, nā rangatira mā, e hui hui, ne kiti kaupapa, malo e tu lava, talofa lava. Greetings, commissioners, and thank you on behalf of the Church and College. They are very much looking forward to today's process. I describe my appearance. I'm a female in her mid-50s with light-ish hair and a red jacket on today. So this morning, Ma'am, we've been given the opportunity to make an opening on behalf of the Church and on behalf of the College. I'm going to deal with opening matters, because this is the first time that the Commission has had the opportunity to hear from, in person, the Methodist Church and the College. And then once I've finished opening an opening submission, then Reverend Tara Tautari, who is here in front of you today, is going to also make an opening contextual statement, some acknowledgements and apologies on behalf of the Church as well. So I do have this opening submission of mine in writing. If you would prefer a hard copy, I'm happy to make these available, and for Ms. Sharkey also have copies. Thank you. So just while that's being distributed, I don't propose to read word for word all of this necessarily, but we want it to become part of the record, and you'll also see attached at the back is a chronology, and it can only be of some of the key events that we have selected, but we're hoping that this will be helpful for the talanoa that we're going to be doing this morning and this afternoon, just reminding ourselves of key dates of events, because
that's really helpful, Ms. Dew. We're very grateful for that. Thank you.
Yes, but look, I know myself, when you're looking at such a massive material, that sometimes to have a summary chronology, I hope we've done justice to it. We have certainly mentioned all of the survivor witnesses and the timing of their events at the school. So we hope that that will be of some assistance. The green highlights, you just may notice, are matters where the college and the church say these were efforts that were being made during the course of the abuse that was being experienced. So we'll take you to those in the course of
just
matters.
Before we go on, have you, because we need a version that is accessible to everybody, has this been digitally sent through?
Yes, it has.
Yes.
I think we've just sent that this morning, and there should be a copy online. And my apologies to the Commissioner for that.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody could make sure that Commissioner Gibson gets an emailed copy right now, so that he's able to.
We'll make sure that a Word version is sent through now.
Yes, because he needs to be able to follow it as we go. Yeah.
And my apologies, we probably should have done that yesterday. So would you like to wait for that to come through, or are you happy for me to read in?
Right. Oh, we don't want to make too much of a fuss, but if you could do it as soon as you possibly can, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
It's on its way to you now. Thank you. So on the first page of opening submissions for the church and college, the church and college have asked me in short form to make some acknowledgements that they have already made in a lot of the documentation produced to the Commission over the last 2 years, but acknowledgements that they want to make in public before the Commission, before survivors, and before all of those that might be listening online who want to understand the Church's position. So on behalf of the Church and College, they wish to openly acknowledge before this Commission, to the public and to all survivors, the pain and suffering of those who were abused whilst in the Church and Wesley College's care. To all survivors, the Church and Wesley College boards wish to apologise unreservedly. These apologies will be provided by the General Secretary of the Church, Reverend Tara Tautari, and by the General Secretary of the Wesley College Trust Board, Mr. Christopher Johnson, who is also giving evidence later today. The Church and College want to openly acknowledge those who have bravely provided evidence to assist the Commission. And of course, as the Commission's rightly pointed out, we won't be naming any of those people, but we've been conscious of not grouping them together, so we wanted to specifically acknowledge individuals as best we can. The former Wesley College students and parents who have come forward to the Commission and agreed to provide witness evidence. You are acknowledged today, not as a group, but as 11 brave individuals. Those who have suffered abuse in the Church's former children homes in Christchurch, Masterton and Auckland, you are equally acknowledged, not as a group, but as 18 brave individuals who have each shared your own history of abuse and care. Those who have suffered abuse by a minister or foster parents or in a parish setting, you are also acknowledged, not as a group, but as 3 brave individuals who have shared with the Commission the details of the abuse you've experienced. Some of you are present today or are on the live stream. You are acknowledged. We particularly note the presence of 2 survivors today who are happy to be referred to as Miss M and Mr. William Wilson, who has already been named by my friend this morning and has provided evidence. You are both present today. The Church and College want to acknowledge your presence and bravery. Finally, there are individuals who have not given evidence before the Commission but have come forward to the Church to seek redress or may be considering doing so. You are all acknowledged and encouraged to come forward to seek redress. The Church will also deal with further particular acknowledgements of its failings to be made this morning by Reverend Tautari in her statement. In terms of the hearing today, the Commission will hear today from the Church and College leaders who hold themselves responsible for the past and for the future change needed. Giving evidence today will be Reverend Tautari as General Secretary of the Church, who will give contextual evidence and then participate in both the looking back and looking forward parts of the Talanoa. Etawini Talakai, Vice President of the Methodist Church and a former student of Wesley College, will also participate in the Wesley College Talanoa panels. And for the college, Reverend Ian Faulkner, former principal and Tumawaki of Wesley College from 2003 through to 2014, so a very significant period of leadership in the school. Reverend Faulkner will participate in the Wesley College Looking Back panel. And Mr. Christopher Johnson is General Secretary of the Trust Board, who has held that position since 2005 and has delegated authority to represent the board today. And finally, Mr. Brian Evans, who is the current principal in Tumawaki of Wesley College, appointed in 2018. Dr. Evans will participate in the Wesley College Looking Forward panel this afternoon. As I've said, today's hearing is the Commissioner's first opportunity to hear directly from the representatives of the Church and College. They have provided a significant amount of material, as all of the churches have, over the period of 2021 and 2022. I have listed just more, and I won't take you through them, the more recent witness statements, joint witness statements, supplementary witness statements, and also you'll note at the bottom of that paragraph the witness statement of Etawini Talakai, who has been asked by the Commission to come forward into the Talanoa panels, and so he has produced a short statement, as has Reverend Ian Faulkner, who's also been asked by the Commission to come forward and be part of the Talanoa. So those statements, whether you have been able to have, we appreciate they've just been delivered in recent days. If you wish them to be read into the evidence for your benefit, then we'd be happy to do that, and perhaps you can just indicate after the break. To assist the Commission, this opening statement also addresses in brief terms the Methodist beliefs, the structure and governance of the Church and the College, and the role of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the nature and extent of the abuse in church and care settings, and the Church and College's responses to that abuse, monitoring, oversight, safeguarding, complaints and redress. The Church and College particularly look forward to today's Talanoa. They acknowledge that this is not a frequent event, that it's specific to Pacifica, and they feel very privileged to be able to take part in such a Talanoa. So dealing with the Methodist Church and its beliefs, we've set out, and I won't read all of that, but the Methodist history dates back to the 1740s and the renewal movement from England. They have as a core to their structure of beliefs is Firstly, do no harm. Secondly, doing good. And thirdly, by attending upon all the ordinance of God. And while those belief sentiments have been modernised, fundamentally they remain at the core of Methodist beliefs. Do no harm, do good, and attend to the ordinance of God. These principles underlie the laws and regulations of the Methodist Church, called the Law Book, which set out the beliefs of the Church and expectations of its members, and they're publicly available on the Methodist Church website, the laws and regulations. As to the structure and governance, the Church was established under the Methodist Church of New Zealand Act 1911, so a little different from other churches in New Zealand, which created an autonomous New Zealand Methodist Church, separating it from the Australasian Methodist Church. The Church in New Zealand operates as a national church responsible to its own Methodist Conference. Conference is the primary decision-making body of the Church. It is the final authority on all matters of the Church and exercises oversight over entities affiliated with the Church. When Conference is not in session, its powers are exercised by the President. So the Conference meets every 2 years, and in the interim, the President makes decisions, but ultimately all those decisions are taken back to Conference. And matters within the Methodist Church are very much done by consensus at Conference, and they discuss until consensus is reached on significant decisions. Entities and organisations associated with the Church, such as the Methodist Missions, the Wesley College, Trust Board, and the former Children's Home, have their own constitutions and governance structures, but they are responsible for their own day-to-day activities. However, they are connected to the Church through Conference and are bound by its decisions. Te Tiriti o Waitangi. It has been almost 40 years since the Methodist Church began its journey to becoming a bicultural church. In 1983, Conference established a joint working committee starting this journey. In 1989, Conference approved and committed to the principles of Te Tiriti as the covenant establishing the basis of the bicultural partnership between equal partners, Te Taha Māori and Tauiwi leadership within the Church. Under the laws of the Church, Conference is required to act in a manner consistent and having regard to the principles of Te Tiriti, and to make decisions which demonstrate partnership. Decision-making at Conference is by consensus in accordance with Methodist practice and requires the agreement of both partners. The partnership between Te Taha Māori and Tauiwi is also expressed through the Council of Conference, which is its visioning body for the Church and comprises 10 members appointed. And I'll take you over now to the Methodist Church care settings. The primary care setting for the Methodist Church was formerly its 3 residential children's home. South Auckland Papanui Children's Home opened in 1914.
I think that's South Island, not South Auckland.
Sorry, yeah. South Island, my apologies. 1914 to 1987. Masterton Children's Home, 1921 to 1978. And Auckland's Children's Home, 1913 to 1975. So all of these children's homes are now closed, but over the time they were open. Records show that 4,342 children were admitted to the homes between the 1950s and 1984. Those are records that have been provided, including repeated admissions. Children were placed in the homes by their guardians and or by the state. The homes each operated independently, governed by boards and management committees that were responsible and reported to Conference. In the 1970s, the Methodist Mission took over management of the homes and operated them as part of their regional community services. From the 1950s to the early 1980s, the homes were involved in arranging fostering placements for residents and other children with the assistance of the Methodist Mission Social Agency. The missions later became the primary provider of foster care services within the Church. Currently, Wesley Community Action Wellington Mission provides foster care and other social caregiving services under contracts with the Ministry of Social Development, now Oranga Tamariki. As to the nature and extent of abuse, the Church acknowledges that some children were horribly abused and neglected while in its care at the children's homes, in foster placements connected with the homes, and in other foster placements arranged by the Church. The majority of its redress claims received by the Church, currently 20 out of 28 redress claims that have or are in the process of being resolved. So 20 out of 28, obviously a very significant number, relate to the abuse in the children's homes and or are connected to foster placements that involve sexual and or physical abuse by adults against children, as well as emotional and psychological abuse, neglect, and abuse of power by those adults. The Church has received some abuse claims from residents of children's home involving abuse by other residents. The Church has received a small number of sexual abuse claims from survivors outside its formal care settings, but that involve ministers or other members of the Church. The Church accepts that it is likely that there are other abuse survivors who have experienced abuse in these settings. As to monitoring, oversight and safeguarding, the Church exercised oversight of the homes and missions through conference. The Church accepts that this was insufficient for the monitoring, oversight and safeguarding of those in its care, and this enabled abuse to occur. The children's homes and missions operated their own vetting, monitoring and safeguarding processes. They were subject to legislative requirements and state involvement in the care of children as that expanded. A key moment for the Church in relation to the care of children in their homes was the Commission on Children's Homes report delivered in 1961 to the Methodist Conference. In 1959, the Church had appointed a commission to examine the Church's practice of care of children. Recommendations to the conference included ensuring that those providing care for children were adequately trained and resourced. These key changes were not implemented through any consistent or all-of-Church approach. This was, the Church recognises now, a material missed opportunity. The Church accepts that protection policies and procedures were required across all its Church-related entities and should have been implemented earlier. In 2000, the Church implemented Being Safe, Keeping Safe, protocols designed to keep children safe across all Church-related entities. In 2008, the Church introduced mandatory police vetting and background checks into criminal records of staff and ministers, young people, anyone that was working with young people and vulnerable adults. And the police vetting every 5 years is a requirement for all ministers. Ministers who do not consent may be removed from ministry. Ministers are also required to have professional supervision. The current position is that the Church, through the Methodist Alliance, provides a child protection policy template for parishes, which is available on the website, and the Church is consulting through the connection about an update to this child protection policy, and this is an agenda item for the conference in November this year.
Stu, I'm anxious about time, but I'm also anxious that this is the only opportunity the Methodist Church has to state its position. I think we've been through what has been a very useful backgrounder with some important things about structure and where we're at, etc. We're going to be dealing with redress at the end of the day, and I'm just wondering, in the interest of time...
Absolutely. I'm conscious of that tension,
yeah.
And I am mindful that there are the public listening today, yes. And I know that the Commission do know this material. Having said that, I take your point, and
it's a matter of summarising, really,
yes.
if you can, and I think you will find, in fact, I know you will find that through the examination of your witnesses and the others that this material will come out.
Yes.
And
I'm
frankly,
happy to move forward to
Yeah.
page 10 and perhaps just deal with Wesley College now by way of a brief opening.
Thank you. I hope you don't feel I'm closing you down.
Absolutely
because
not,
I know
no.
that it will come out through the Talanoa process.
I'm comfortable that the opening is there for the record.
Yep.
And
Well read, and will go on the website as well.
No, thank you. I'll take you through to page 10 and Wesley College. The focus of much of today's hearing will relate to Wesley College, and I've referred to this chronology. We hope you'll find that helpful. In terms of the structure and governance of Wesley College, it was established in 1844 to cater for the education originally of Maori students. The college is New Zealand's oldest registered secondary school. It has a roll of some 350-60 children. Boys, year 9 to 13, girls, year 11 to 13. It's a boarding and day school, and it is the only Methodist school church in New Zealand. And I've dealt with some of the structure and governance there. I won't take you through that, but I know from yesterday that you understood through discussions with the Catholic Church this process of integration of
Yes.
the privately owned schools into state integrated schools, and Wesley College was one of the first colleges to take up the state integration and has been a state integrated church school since that time.
With special character as we
With
heard
special,
about. Yes.
absolutely, and I know that you understand that
Yes.
difference for these integrated schools. So I don't need to take you to that, but obviously we remain with a proprietor trust board who owns and operates the property and the boarding house, and we also have a separate state-operated school board,
Yep.
and then the oversight of the Methodist Church. The relationship, so just over on page 11, the relationship with the Methodist Church. Wesley College is affiliated to the Methodist Church, which provides oversight of the trust board through conference. I will take you down further to paragraph 4.9 in relation to Te Tiriti o Waitangi for Wesley College. In accordance with the Trust Board's original purposes and integration agreement, the Board encourages Māori enrolment and achievement at the college, and we will hear from Reverend Faulkner about the significant work that he did to re-identify, reshape and modernise the special character of the school in relation to the Methodist Church. And there are documents that have been produced to the Commission on that. Over at page 12, at paragraph 4.12, is a snapshot of the three largest ethnic groups within the college. I just identified back in 1995 the ethnic composition of the school roll was 28% Maori, 12% Tongan, 4% Samoan, and a much larger group of Pākehā. By 2015, the roll for Maori was 16%, with 53% Tongan and 21% Samoan, and now in the current year, the roll includes 20% Maori, 41% Tongan, and 15% Samoan. So you can see the college has had a dedicated commitment to a school roll of Maori and Pacifica over its recent life and dating right back to its creation. The nature and extent of the abuse, I'll just deal with the first paragraph and then I will leave it for the Talanoa. But the college does not shy away from the difficult reality of the survivors' evidence to the Commission. Abuse has been an ongoing issue for the college. The college boards acknowledge that the physical, sexual, emotional and psychological abuse inflicted on some students in the care of the boards has had significant consequences for those students, their whānau and communities. And so you'll see in the chronology and in today's evidence that abuse, there was a significant period from the 1983 through to 1994 when there is this cluster of witness survivors who have come forward to the Commission. But the church and the college do not shy away from evidence of abuse outside of that period. But the Commission has certainly received strong evidence of witness survivor accounts in this 1983 to 1994 period. Over that period, you had two different principals, Mr. Cowley and Reverend Faulkner, and they were both making efforts, but you've got Reverend Faulkner here today talking about the significant efforts he made. But the college acknowledges that not all of that worked, and part of this Commission's work is to understand why, because it's not simple, it's complex work that requires the minds and evidence before this Commission. And so at paragraph 4.18, I've just talked about that 11-year span where there is a cluster of 9 survivor witnesses. You have a total of 12 survivor witnesses. We know there are others. We know they exist around that period, but this is a particular cluster and a difficult period in the history of the college. There are problems today. You have a witness statement from somebody from 2022. So this is an ongoing challenge for the college and the church. They acknowledge that. So thank you. I will take you over to the final page in summary. The church and college have been engaged with this Commission for just over 2 years since the first notice to produce in September 2020. It has been a humbling experience for the college and the church to gather in one place for the benefit of the Commission and survivors the evidence of how the church and college have carried out their duties to care for children and young persons over the past 50 years. The failings, the faults and serious harm are all laid bare. The church and college want to state clearly that they are committed to this work and the outcome of the Royal Commission, and to the survivors that have come forward and those who are still to come. So thank you for indulging that opening on behalf of the church and college. We now have Reverend Totari, who is
Council, sorry. Can I just use this opportunity just quickly just to get some information about I just want to get a sense of the scale of the homes actually and that provide services to oranga tamariki, the number of children that are in those homes, or the scale of the foster care service.
There are some papers.
Yeah, well, obviously you'll see from the opening that there aren't homes currently open, so it's just services through the Methodist Mission. I don't have the figures of that to hand, but happy to retrieve that in the break, and we'll make sure we provide the number so you can understand the extent. I can understand your question.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. So now I'm going to invite Reverend Totari to deal with her opening statement. It is not new material, but it is a condensing of all of the statements and evidence that you've received, and some reflections and acknowledgements on behalf of the church. Reverend Totari, does the witness need to be sworn in?
Yes, I'll ask Reverend to take the affirmation. Tēnā koe, Reverend. Tēnā te mihi kia koe. Thank you for coming today for the Commission, and welcome to the Commission for giving the evidence. Could I just ask you to take the affirmation, please? Do you solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good. Thank you so much.
And just before we begin, I have hard copies of it for some of the Commission. We've also sent through a Word version for the Commissioner.
Is this evidence other than what has already been provided?
It's, as I say, it's a summary of the evidence that's already been provided.
Right. So the three or so different
it's
documents.
It's created as an opening statement,
right.
But obviously she's just sworn in to give this evidence.
Yes.
But it is considered to be a summary of all of the evidence, just to try and
thank you. It's good to have it all in one place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Reverend Tautari, have you got that opening statement in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And if you could commence, I understand you're going to do a short mihi and then commence reading your evidence. Thank you.
Are you going to read the entire
No, I'm
evidence?
not.
You're not?
No. I will read just the first couple of pages, including the acknowledgement and apology, and that will be it.
Thank you so much, because we do have all your previous statements and we've read those. But again, I think the interests of everybody is that we get into our discussion, which would be great. So thank you so much for that.
Tēnā koutou katoa, kua tai tātou I runga I te reo karanga o tēnei rā. Ka tika me mihi ki ngā purupura ora. Me wā koutou kaha ki te whaioranga, aha koa te aha. Ka mihi huki ki te komihana a te korona, I kaupapa hohonu tēnei. Nā reira, ka poto taku mihi kia timatai tātou te kōrero. My name is Tara Tautari. I am a Māori woman in my early 50s. I have curly hair, I wear glasses, and I'm wearing a black dress. On behalf of the Methodist Church of New Zealand, te aha I wetiri ana o Aotearoa. I acknowledge the pain and suffering of all those who were abused while in the care of the Methodist Church. The Church carries the primary responsibility for ensuring the protection and well-being of those in its care. We failed in this sacred duty and are determined to make amends. On behalf of the Methodist Church of Aotearoa, New Zealand, we apologise to every person who has been abused while in the care of the Church and its related institutions. The Church did not have safeguarding policies and processes in place, and this led to unimaginable suffering of some children, young people, and vulnerable adults. In some cases, the abusers were employees of church-related institutions. In others, the abusers were clergy members. In some cases, the abusers were students at our Methodist college. In each case, there is no excuse for the abusive behaviour, nor for the harm inflicted on innocent people. Such abuse has no place in our faith, and we apologise unequivocally to all those survivors. We thank all survivors who came forward to the Commission to share their experiences and acknowledge their courage in speaking the truth. And here I just want to give a mihi to William Wilson and to Ms. M. I have not had the privilege of meeting William, but I greeted Ms. M this morning. Thank you for your truth-telling here. In particular, we acknowledge the additional harm caused to survivors when the church initially refused to believe them, sought to contest their concerns, or looked to refer the complaint elsewhere, and failed to recognize that the church also needed to address the complaint. We apologize with sorrow and shame for the callousness of such treatment. It was wrong and should not have happened. We acknowledge that the trauma experienced as a result of abuse has had long-term impacts on the lives of survivors. And not only on survivors, but also on their whānau and their loved ones. We apologise unreservedly to all those who have witnessed and lived with the consequences of the trauma experienced by survivors. The Methodist Church of Aotearoa, New Zealand, commits itself to ensure that safeguarding policies and processes are in place in the church and its related institutions. In our Methodist way, our leadership, both clergy and laity, will gather in conference in November this year to share the stories and lessons learned from all survivors, to further shape the processes and safeguards we put in place to ensure all people in our care are safe. We are committed to hearing from all those who suffered abuse in our care, and we encourage you to make contact. Information on our redress process can be found on our website. Kua takoto te manuka e ngā purapura ora. Mā mātou o te hāhi, e tauawhi te wero, kua whārikihia. A tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Reverend Tautari.
Thank you. Well, look, at this point, I don't have any questions for Reverend. I know that the Commission and Council Assisting and also the Church and College are keen to get into the talanoa and to have questions asked of them by the...
Is your microphone on, by the way?
Yes, it is.
Just speak into it. Speak into it a bit closer. So we can
so
Thank you.
the Church and College are ready to call forward the other witnesses for the first panel today, the Looking Back panel. So I'm going to invite Ituini Talakai.
Not just yet. Not just yet. I think the plan is, and I'll let Ms. Sharkey do this. She'd like to ask.
Sorry, so she. I appreciate. Sorry, I may have jumped ahead.
I think you have.
But
we're grateful for their enthusiasm and your willingness.
Very keen to get on with the talanoa, but perhaps just a moment too soon. So I'll leave it to my friend.
Yeah, well, this is the beginning. So I'm going to invite Ms. Sharkey to start to speak to. Can I just ask you, what would you like us to call you?
Tara.
Ah, good. We'll call you Tara. That makes it a lot easier. Thank you so much.
It can be quite difficult for a Pacific person to address clergy as by their first name, but I'll do my best.
It's hard for all of us. We were all brought up to be respectful, but if that's what you'd like to be called, that's
fine.
We'll honour that.
Tara Morena, thank you. Look, we did hear an opening from your council reference to the year 1743, the renewal movement and the church's stated desire. And the reason why I start there is because we heard reference to that in Dr. Longhurst's comments at the opening ceremony of this faith-based hearing. And he noted that assurances from church leaders to do no harm and to do good nothing new, and they are asking for faith-based organisations to be open, honest and transparent. And in light of your opening statements, I'm just wondering, Tara, whether that is the spirit in which we're going to meet today, in openness, honesty and transparency.
Kia ora for your question, Ms. Sharkey. I too listened to Dr. Longhurst and heard the challenge that he presented to us, and have spoken with others since then and reflected on the need for the church to move beyond platitudes to demonstrable action. And so we come here in the spirit of honesty, openness and transparency to share and to learn together, but most importantly, to hold ourselves accountable to survivors.
Kia ora. So just confirming some comments, Reverend Tautari, in your statement that the Methodist Church of New Zealand is completely autonomous. So no external Methodist church or any structure has any control or governance over any aspect of the Methodist Church of New Zealand.
That is correct.
Right. I just want to bring up on Trial Director a document. It talks about a 1983 power sharing workshop, and we're talking about Te Tiriti here. You'll see something magically appear on the screen in front of you. Well, it should. Power sharing workshop and conference that results in the Methodist Church becoming a bicultural
It's not up
church.
yet, Ms. Sharkey. Just give us a little moment. Who's doing it? Oh, over there. Yeah. Just
I'll
take-
keep talking while
You keep
they...
talking.
Yes, right. So the Methodist Church became a bicultural church, and it was to honour and apply Te Tiriti with an awareness that a number of Wesleyan missionaries were significant, you say in your statement, amongst those who urged Māori to sign Te Tiriti. Now, this is a different structure to many other organisations we've seen, and I just wanted to ask you if you could tell us or summarise what a bicultural church looks like in operation. How do you see that expressed and demonstrated in your governance structures?
For the Methodist Church of Aotearoa, New Zealand, it is expressed in the way in which we take decisions together at every single level of governance, where you have taha Māori and tauiwi taking decisions by consensus in the first instance. So nothing can be done or decided upon without the agreement of the two partners. And that is from rohe to synod to our highest governance levels, which include, as was mentioned by Ms. Dew, the conference, which is our ultimate governing body, number one. Secondly, it takes expression through our own Trinity Theological College, which has developed a theological curriculum for ministerial formation and lay formation that is embedded in the whenua here in Aotearoa and takes cognizance of tikanga Māori and Pacifica. And you will see that when you look at the curriculum and you have recourse to see that we have, for example, a full Moana Studies strand, which is one of its only kind in Aotearoa today.
Okay.
Those are just two examples.
Right, and so this happens in 1983. Why do you think it took that period of time for the church to take that step of becoming bicultural?
Why did it take from the beginning to 1983?
Was it leadership in earlier years? What really made the Methodist Church of New Zealand take that very, I guess, in today's terms, progressive, very strong step forward to make it a partnership with Māori.
It took a long time because the church did not understand what it meant to be partners, to share power in very real and tangible ways. For example, resource sharing, decision making. These, in former times, were held by a small group of leadership that was largely patriarchal. And so our journey is just that, a journey of becoming more than that, so we can live out a faith that is real here.
Okay. Thank you, Reverend Tautari. We're just moving on now to the different care settings. And as we heard before, 3 children's homes, which we are looking at this morning and later Wesley College. There is an acknowledgement in one of your statements that while there were complex and interrelated societal attitudes in play and state support-based impediments, the Church acknowledges that it carried the primary responsibility. Remember that statement? We can bring it up if you'd like to.
I remember it.
Okay. I just wanted to ask about that first part, complex and interrelated societal attitudes. What were those?
In terms of the children's homes?
Yes.
I think we, in those times, were charged with the responsibility of care for children who themselves were coming from dysfunctional families. And this dysfunctionality has different reasons. And so when in our care, we were dealing with very complex situations. And I don't think the church understood that, the complexity of that. It had a one-size-fits-all approach that did not allow it to look at children and care for them in a way that they should have been cared for.
Okay. And then you also reference state support-based impediments. Could I ask what do you mean by that, state support-based impediments?
I think the state itself was unhelpful.
Okay. In what ways?
In its structure, in the way that it had itself deemed or designed a structure that did not allow for the complexity of children coming into their care. And once again, they had a one-size-fits-all approach. There was, from what I can see, very little monitoring and oversight. And this contributed to the abuse and the impunity of people's actions.
Okay, so from the documents, we see that there wasn't much involvement from the state once a child was placed.
Exactly.
Okay, and then there's also reference to the funding that was primarily responsible by the Methodist Church of New Zealand. So was there inadequacy in the funding from the state?
There was. It was very much so.
Okay. And
can I just ask about that?
Yes, sure.
It struck me when I was reading some of the documents that there seemed to be that the state was almost invisible in the earlier days of the care. Is that a right impression that I've got?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment. I think the state was, and this is just my opinion,
yes,
The state was very clear about the need to move people along
through the process.
through the process and to tick a box, and then that was that.
And so did that mean that the church was largely cut adrift to manage the way that it dealt with these children, etc.? Is that right? Did you? And I appreciate you were talking from an historic point of view when you weren't there. So only comment if you can.
Yes, I believe the church was cut adrift to a certain degree. Yes, I think that's a fair assessment.
Yeah, well, it's the children who are adrift, aren't they? It's not just the church, it's that the children are there without the tamariki that are cut adrift, essentially.
I mean, I think
without the oversight of the state.
Yes, I think you're exactly right, Commissioner, because the price that is paid is always the children. They pay the price of these decisions and this type of structure and the lack of rigour when it came to monitoring and oversight from both the church and from state.
And in some of the documents, there were attempts by the church to contact the state and let them know about the issues that you were facing or the struggles and that you needed that assistance.
Yes, this was identified as well. I mean, there are, as you say, there were attempts made to reach out to get the support that was needed, and unfortunately that didn't always work in the way that would have been most helpful.
Thank you, Reverend. We're just going to now move along, unless the Commissioners had any further questions. I see Commissioner Edawati is thinking about anything. Commissioner, no?
Just while he's thinking, malo soi fo mo malangi ma fatalo fatu lo sungul fatfianga. Reverend Otari. Even back in the early days, in terms of the church, was there a deliberate planning by the church around how you would care and nurture for these children that were coming into your...
Not centrally. Each of the homes had its own governance structure. And even though there were requirements to conference, there wouldn't have been the intention to really drill down and have a comprehensive, consolidated oversight right across the board.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that perhaps the church also saw this as a form of revenue?
Yes, I believe you can say that. I think there are other there are other things to be included in that, but that would definitely be one.
Thank you.
Having an opportunity to think about a question. Tēnā koe whae, e mihi ana ki a koe, me tō kōrero mai I takoha mai ki mua tā roa te komihana. No mai. We'll probably come back to this later, but it's on the question of governance to see in 83 that strong commitment to biculturalism, but the question that we always have is to what extent is that reflected in the governance itself in terms of representation by Māori, by Tongan, Samoan, given the large numbers within the kura and that are impacted by the other services that are provided by the faith. You said that it was very patriarchal and small. Has that changed over time?
Yes, it is. It has changed because primarily the church put a stake in the sand and said, we want to shift now. And we want to be seen to demonstrate what that means representationally. So, for example, we refer to our Council of Conference, which is one of our supreme visioning bodies, and there you have equal numbers of both Māori and Tauiwi. And this sees itself throughout the way in which we take decisions, the way we make connectional appointments. It's the same thing. We have Māori and Tauiwi represented equally. So saying no, it's important to note that I am the first Māori General Secretary in the history of the church.
Yes.
And this year, we celebrate 200 years of Methodism in Aotearoa.
Yes.
And I think that's significant. However, I would say that women and in the church and Māori women and Tauiwi women are very well represented in our decision-making bodies.
So if we start with, it seems that the conference is the governing body. To what extent are Māori and Pacifica reflected on that governing body?
In the same way, is that there are no decisions taken at conference without the agreement of Te Taha Māori and with Tauiwi.
So they are like there. 10. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm just trying to get to the nub of it. Are there like 10 members on that board or more?
No, for example, our conference is made up of representatives from all over the country, from the parishes, synods, clergy, laity. And we will gather in November. There'll be approximately 300 of us. But for us, it's not necessarily the numbers. It's about the power sharing around decision making.
Yes.
So if you have, for example, and I just pull this out of the air, 20 Tauiwi people and 3 Taha Māori, the decision making is still the same. Nothing will be decided until you have the agreement of both. It is not numerical like that.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so is there no sort of governance body in addition to the conference for making decisions? So
yes, Council of Conference.
Okay, so Council of Conference. So how many members are
10 Māori and 10 Tauiwi.
10 Māori. So 20 in total, 10
yes.
Māori and 10 Tauiwi. So for Tauiwi Pacifica, what's the numbers of Pacifica represented within that governing body?
It fluctuates depending on who is nominated from the Tauiwi group.
Okay.
So it can be anywhere between half Pacifica, but it really changes according to who is nominated, and the group is nominated every year.
Yep. So currently what's the composition of Tauiwi?
You might want to get back. Do you want to get back to us on that?
Okay. No, I will come back with a hard and fast answer.
Yeah. If we could come to the kura itself, just briefly, again, the composition there and the Board of Trustees, or the school board, I think they're called now, in terms of Māori and Pacifica. Do you know the numbers there?
No, not. I mean, I will get that detail for you.
A couple.
But okay. I would say that Taha Māori is represented as a Pacifica on the board, but I will need to get you the specific numbers.
Tēnā koe, thank you.
Ka wai.
Can I go back to the children as revenue, as a potential source of revenue? We've heard from survivors who allege that money changed hands for them to leave the children's homes to go to people who are otherwise not vetted or already being flagged for being potential abusers. Are you aware of that?
I have heard those survivor statements and their experiences. I'm not aware of that in the way you are describing it in the Methodist Church.
Yeah. I think it'd be useful to know that the downstream effects of some of these decisions was amongst the most horrific that we've heard across the inquiry. Thank you.
I agree with you. We, without naming names, because we had come to a resolution of a redress claim, and part of that was acknowledging that the money we had received in the years this survivor had been in the care of the church had to be paid back. And while we couldn't calculate that to the nth degree, we were careful to acknowledge that with a payment, and accepted the principle around that.
Yep, thank you. But I think the impact of some of these decisions really impacted on more families than those that than the children that were just taken into care and left care. Thanks.
Reverend Tautari, I'm just moving along to Survivor Voice. You had acknowledged Ms. M earlier, and I just had a few questions around that. We have received some documents this morning from your council that I would like to discuss. I'm not sure whether you have those documents in front of you, because they won't be in our trial director. We just received them this morning.
Ka pai. It's okay.
That's for the commissioners.
Thank you. Just looking at the top one, I note that there are lots of names of people in here that we haven't had a chance to redact or to get permission to use. So if everybody can take extreme caution,
Yes.
and I'm sure you will, Tara, not to name names here. Yeah, and the other thing is that we need a Word version copy for Commissioner Gibson. Is that available to be sent to him?
They're quite old documents from the 1980s, so
Yes.
we can see what we can do to get an alternative, but we don't have one at the moment.
All right. If you could see to that, that would be helpful. Thank you. And so that means, and it's important for the public as well, that anything that is referred to is read out as far as it can be, safeguarding the identity. So if either of you are referring to parts of it, if you could read out the whole sentence or the whole paragraph that you're referring to. Thank you.
Reverend Tautari, I just have some questions around the documents we've received, and really where I start is the attitude by a reverend towards what happened to Ms. M and her experience. And I'm looking at the page that has number 3 at the top. And some of the comments that it seems to be an extract from a letter to the Reverend Superintendent of that district from another Reverend. And in the second paragraph it says, now the vexed question of whether or not this Reverend has relieved his sexual frustration through incest with the adopted daughter. And Reverend Tautari, just looking at that comment and how this Reverend has described that experience of Ms. M, who was sexually abused by this minister, yet it being referred to by this particular Reverend as something quite flippant. Can I just get your response in relation to that?
I think it's disgusting. I think it's abhorrent. I think that this could even be put in a letter. Shows you the degree of freedom people felt to write like this and to have it distributed throughout the church to key connectional leaders.
And then there's another comment towards the end of the page, and it says, thinking over the possible legal ramifications of the church, knowing and not telling. I doubt whether there would be any. If this girl is having counselling for whatever reason, then I think they will work out whether there is anything to tell. And I don't think for one moment that the church bears any responsibility to do this. Reverend Tautari, it looks to be a complete disregard, as you said before, of the survivor's experience and a desire to, would you say, protect the reputation of the church?
Yes, completely. It was all about protecting the reputation of the church and also of powerful people in the church, powerful people being clergy.
And in this particular situation, this was 1989, and that reverend continues to foster care for children. It's the survivor's experience. What are your comments in response to that when the church knew in 1989?
My comments are that the church was complicit in enabling this abuse to continue. That it sent a message that clergy could behave in this way and get away with it. And that it sent a message to women that they were not safe, even in our most sacred spaces.
Were the Methodist Church aware that there were ministers, reverends, who were fostering children in this situation?
Can I just check, Ms. Sharkey, when you say was the church aware?
Do you mean aware?
A conference?
Was senior leadership aware that some of the reverends were also looking after children?
No, conference wasn't aware. Conference wasn't aware.
Is that something they should have been aware of? What their reverends were up to?
Yes, conference should have been aware of what its reverends were up to.
Right. And in that, given conference wasn't aware, there would have been no monitoring or oversight of those ministers, those reverends who were providing foster care for children.
No.
And whose responsibility is that? Where does the fault lie in that?
I've thought about this. I've thought about it because it, especially in reflecting on our own bicultural journey that we came from and have come from since 1983. What is apparent to me in my reading of the situation is that you had a very small group of key church leaders taking decisions, sometimes disclosing, or a lot of times covering up the behaviour of clergy and not sharing, not being transparent, so that the whole church could understand and know what was happening and therefore have a say in the protection of people.
Right, yes. And so in terms of Ms. M and the failure to keep her safe, it is both acknowledged that not only did the Reverend bear that responsibility, but the church, and not knowing what the Reverend was up to, not knowing that he was caring for children at the time.
No.
Sorry, were you going to carry on? No, that's it? Okay. So just coming along to another theme we've got, Reverend Tautari, which is in relation to records and record keeping.
Ms. Sharkey, can I just ask a question before you move on from there? Reverend Tautari, so at that time in 1989, the church did not have any safeguarding policies at that point?
Not nationally, no.
But at the regional level, or I think you said the synod level, would there have been an expectation that behaviour like this would not have been tolerated?
Yes, very much so. And this is why I reflected on when a very small group of people are holding the power around decision making in such a way as to exclude others from that and from the common reflection around that, then people can act with impunity.
Thank you.
Okay, now coming along to records and record keeping. We can bring up the documents. I'll describe it as best I can, but we're looking at a situation where for a survivor, upon referral of a complaint from the Confidential Listening and Assistance Service, the Executive Director for the church responded confirming that their records from the 1960s and 1970s were sparse. Do you know why that was?
No, not in its totality, I don't. I do know that from the document I'm seeing there, that some of the records were lost during the earthquakes, but that doesn't actually address the question of why they were sparse in the first place. From what I have seen, as I've had to access the records from our churches and send them to survivors who come forward to us, there aren't very many documents. Sometimes a person can have 2 pieces of paper. That constitutes a time and care, and many survivors whom I've spoken with, this is a particular grievance with them, because their lives, of course, were so much more than 2 bits of paper. But that's all I could say looking back.
And we too have seen the information that in the Christchurch earthquakes, a lot of documents were destroyed. That was in 2011, so it doesn't explain why. I guess why weren't those records digitised or put onto some kind of electronic disc or something to save? Was it that it wasn't seen as that much of a priority?
Yes, that would be correct.
And so in terms of the records that you do have now, is the church beginning to future-proof records? So natural events?
By digitising them.
By ensuring that the records will be safe from natural events?
Yes.
In what way? What's being done now?
So one of the things that we have recently been in discussion with is about digitising.
Right.
As a result of the earthquake, which very clearly showed our vulnerability in this area. We are engaged in developing a project for digitisation around that.
And is that work starting now, or has started, or where are things at with that?
We have just recently employed new archivists, and we are in discussion. They just started a couple of weeks ago, so it is very new.
Okay.
Before we leave that, just the question of survivors' reactions to the sparse seems to be an inadequate word, but the real lack of records. Just from their perspective, you recognise that they have particular grievances about that, and I think we should name it. What, in your view, is the pain and hurt that what causes the pain and hurt of survivors when they know that these records weren't kept? What is it about that is so painful?
I'm not sure, because I think each survivor is different. But I think at its heart there is a question about identity
and value.
And value.
Mm.
And believing that your experience means more than what you are seeing on a paper, and that needs or should have been reflected. And these things.
I think that I think you're right, if I might say so, from our experience. I think it's important to name those particular hurts, that mamae that is felt, and why a piece of paper is so important, or the lack of a piece of paper is so important. So thank you for that.
Because we have that statement from Cooper Legal that mentions quite a number of survivors, and in respect of MA, there were no records, and MF, no records found at all. And we've heard from survivors that this is how they piece together as well parts of their life, and to know where they were at which particular times and what their life might have been like. So for those survivors, having no records, detrimental impact. And you'd agree with that?
Yes.
In respect of the survivor that we were just briefly discussing before, there was an email in the documents, and we can bring it up if you need to, but there was a question about whether there were staff records. And the email says, the comment, and I quote, "Unfortunately, no staff records were kept, and it is difficult to find out the names of the individuals who worked at the home." Why would no staff records be kept?
I don't know, Ms. Sharkey. I can only imagine and speculate that at that time it wasn't considered a necessary practice.
Thank you, Reverend. And I think that acknowledgement does actually assist. In your statement, there is the comment, "We do not hold," with reference to the Methodist Children's Homes, "we do not hold information about disability status." And I just wanted to ask if you know why that was the case. Is that the same?
Yeah, I think it is the same. I think it wasn't considered necessary knowledge. I think it wasn't considered a priority to help understand how you might be able to better deliver care to people who had disabilities.
Yeah, because you can't identify what support would have been needed or what was available to these children.
Yes.
And you mentioned in your statement that the church doesn't hold that information on disability figures or stats for the church, but that entities do, so ECE and missions hold that information, but the church doesn't. And you said you remain open to a discussion about whether, would you like me to bring up the document that refers to that?
No, that's fine, I remember.
You remain open to a discussion about that. What do you mean by that?
Well, we are learning in this space.
Yep.
And so we take our direction from a lot of what we are doing now has come as a result of the work of the Commission. But also because of the nature of who we are. You know, we're a very small church and we have little parishes, oftentimes small membership. And so, you know, when you're trying to roll out a new policy in our church, our very, because of the nature of who we are, our very first thing is to always kōrero about it and do some sharing around that. And that's why I have answered in that way. It's so I'm not rushing to say, yes, we will fix it, and that's it. But it's to say, yes, we are open, and in our way we will learn from this and move accordingly.
Right, thank you, Reverend. I don't have any further questions on that topic. I'm moving along to another one. And I'm just wanting to look at the reporting of abuse and survivors not being believed. And you had referenced this in your opening comments. MA, and this is, these survivors are in reference to the Cooper legal statement. Would you like that brought up?
Yes, please. It's just
Okay.
the letters sometimes.
Yes. So MA was beaten and kicked by the house father at Papanui when he attempted to report he was being sexually abused. MG was sexually abused by an older boy at Papanui. A female staff member walked in and MG was subsequently strapped by the house father for the behaviour. She was blamed for the abuse perpetrated on her and nothing further was done. Then there is another survivor who was sexually abused, and when he disclosed the abuse to the house parents and a member of clergy who they had invited to come and hear the disclosure, he was accused of just doing it for attention and making it up, and nothing further was done about it. And these are just a few of the examples. And here are children trying to get help. They did report their abuse, but they weren't listened to. There was victim blaming. And Reverend Tautari, what I'm wanting to do is just to unpack the ways in which these survivors were failed. And invite a discussion about the inadequate supervision, amongst other things, and the failures of the church to keep them safe. I can ask you questions, or if you'd like to reply, that's fine.
I think it's better you ask me a question.
There were several aspects of that.
And I'll take you through that. So, as I said, there were survivors, they were trying to get help. They were telling the people who were charged with their care what was happening to them. There are some tissues over there. So firstly, there was not adequate supervision by the church. Would you agree?
Yes, I agree.
The level of monitoring and oversight, there was none.
Yes, I agree.
In terms of some of these staff, there was no training in terms of trauma, especially for children from the backgrounds that they were coming from. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. There was no training in trauma-informed approaches, for sure.
And if there had been oversight and safeguarding, if there had been supervision, some of this abuse could have been prevented.
I believe so.
You say in one of your acknowledgements that the church didn't recognise the need to have protection policies or procedures in place for children, young people and vulnerable adults across all its church-related organisations and or entities. So there weren't any mandatory or policies in place back then, right?
No.
And just what work has been done on that now?
I think what I want to say are two things about that. I think the church had wanted to, the church believed that people should be cared for. What the church did not do was ensure they had mechanisms implemented in order to achieve that. And so where we are now is that we have some safeguarding in place, but we are going to conference in November to talk about, as I say, a national set of policies and processes that will provide a comprehensive coverage for the church and its related institutions when it comes to the issue of safeguarding.
Okay. Just if I can ask about that, and I don't have the document in front of me, unfortunately, but in one of the briefing papers, I noticed that the church did have, and when I say the church, I mean, I'm not sure which bit because I can't recall, but the church did have very good policies about, for example, from memory, doing all it could to ensure that children stayed with the family in the first place. That was one of the policies. I don't know, Ms. Sharkey, if you can recall which one that was, but there's a series of them in one of the responses to the notice to produce.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to cover it, but there were good policies. You know, there were ones that seemed to me to say,
No,
yes,
I agree
good.
with you completely. And I think it goes back to what I heard in survivor statements. You can have all the policies you want,
Yes.
but unless they are implemented in such a way that you can then monitor them and ensure the outcomes you are expecting, then they become rather empty words.
Thank you, and that's the point, isn't it? Yeah, that you can have develop whatever policies you like, but it's the turning them into action. I think you said that right at the beginning, really, implementing them well. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Maybe if I could just, I just want to share one thing because I think it points to also our treaty partnership, our bicultural partnership. We had hoped to take to conference a whole suite of safeguarding policies and processes and to announce it as a done deal. And then our partner came to us and said, this is not good enough. We actually need something that takes cognizance of this whenua, an understanding of tikanga Māori and who we are. And so therefore, we had to say, okay, we now need to go back and court it all more together. And I think this shows two things. Number one, where the church wants to move very quickly is that it can't always do that. Being in partnership takes time, and it means that you have to proceed with a measured consideration of what you are trying to do. And so we look forward to really having safeguarding then that really has the essence within it of Māori and Pasifika, and that they can see themselves in it and understand that they are part of what we are trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. That was actually going to be my question around the difference in the worldviews, and you've just answered that beautifully. Thank you. But can I just go back to the looking back? Even in the absence of the policies, in terms of your own theology, both social and doctrinal, there would have been an expectation at least around what love looked like in terms of caring for the children. Yeah.
Yes, because we hold to do no harm. We hold to reflecting love. and the integrity of the people, and especially our young children and people throughout the church. This is what we hold to. This is true. So theologically, doctrinally, it is there. What we have failed in is matching that belief with the practical lived reality of how that then is experienced and nurtured in a very real and careful way.
15.
And Reverend Totari, just to segue us into the next part of this discussion, because we've got 15 minutes, I just want to bring in the survivor voice. It's not up on my screen yet, but it's coming. This is and he says we need to learn the lesson that you can't just think that people are fundamentally good. For example, just because a person has a belief in a God that makes them somehow better and clever enough or smart enough to be put in a position of responsibility. You can't put children in the care of someone just because you think they're good. You can't take a damaged child, even if its parents been split up, and throw them into this ball pit and they're just mashing all together and hope it's going to be okay. The damage that's been caused to some of these kids, they're going to then inflict this damage on other kids in the same way. We're not caring for them. We can't rely on faith being the thing that makes you a good or clever person. We've got to change this thinking when allowing people to care for young children. There has to be better training and vetting. Just had to read that into evidence. So this particular survivor is talking about the training and the vetting, but also that because someone is a reverend or a minister or a member of clergy, you can't just assume that they're good. What measures then do the church take to ensure that someone has the character, the good character? How do you make sure that children are going to be safe? Firstly, would you agree with the survivor and what they're saying?
Yes, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. It was interesting at the beginning of the conversation when you brought up, I feel, we should use your title because, and my name is Tara. So I think this is something that is here in the space right now. But the measures we take to ensure that there's a good character, apart from police vetting, is that we have a year of discernment to really look at how people who are wanting to enter into ministry and to look at their suitability around this. I do recall we had, listening to one of the survivors earlier on who had said or recommended, I think, psychometric testing. I don't know what that is, but it seemed like it might be something to explore. The thing is that, when we're dealing with Māori and Pacifica people, and we talk about character, what that means might be different from Pākehā. So we can't just have this broad stroke or this one understanding. But what it does mean, I believe, for the church is that they need to engage in the discussion around safeguarding and around what this means in terms of our ministers and lay people who will be engaged in that space, and ascertaining what character means then and how that is married alongside our theological and doctrinal beliefs, as had been referred to. And this is a process. I'm not too sure if that's what
Yes, we will continue because I
Okay.
just want to bring in, we're not naming this particular survivor, but in this situation, this reverend had fostered a survivor, but no one is able to locate the reverend's application to be a foster carer, which should have come with references. There is a presumption by the archivist that it was because this reverend was known personally to the mission and to the sister who was also the resident social worker. So this reverend didn't have to go through any of the vetting or the checks before becoming a foster parent, had no role in the homes, didn't live there, but given access to children and able to become a foster carer. I just wanted to ask Reverend Tautari your response to that in respect of the failings.
I agree with the survivor statement that you had just read before. This is a prime example of where we took it for granted that this person was good because the person was known. And so therefore due diligence is put to the side because of so-called personal knowledge and also a deference to their standing and status. This is clear from this reading here.
And I think also the social worker who was a sister and the very blurred lines there in terms of that relationship, her knowledge of this reverend and that assumption that he's a minister, he's a good person, and then letting the children go.
Exactly.
Could I just explore this notion of standing and status? And I think you referred to it before. We talk about the deference to hierarchies and the like. One of the big lessons that we have been learning in the course of this inquiry is the misuse of power. So, starting with the assumption of power, which is done, and I'm not just talking here about faith-based organisations, I'm talking about it right across society in relation to children and vulnerable people. So first, I think we're building a picture here through your very frank answers, that we've got an assumption, first of all, that because somebody is a person of faith, that they are somehow assumed to be good. And then also an assumption that because they are of clergy or have a role in the church, that they have a certain power to which deference is given. Are you with me so far on that?
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah. And so, again, naming it, putting it out there and saying what it truly is. Do you agree that people in power run the very real risk of being in a position where they can abuse that power because of the power they hold?
Yes, I agree with it totally. I remember I was in my 20s before I ever chose to question a doctor.
Yes.
Because I just deferred to a doctor's. I would never ask any questions. Even now with our lawyers, and they're wonderful people, I defer to them because they have this expertise.
Yes.
And yet I will still question now because I have a great understanding of my own agency. And I can only imagine, well, I can't imagine what it must have been like to have no agency, actually.
Yeah.
And to be totally at the power or at the mercy of this type of power that was given simply because of some letters in front of your name.
Yeah. Thank you.
Reverend Tautari, we heard mention about the commission, 1959. The Methodist Conference appointed a commission to examine the church's practice of care of children. And the commission reported to the Methodist Conference in 1961, and there were some recommendations made, including ensuring that those providing care for children were adequately trained and resourced. And the resolution adopted by conference accepted the recommendations in principle. And as we heard, those changes weren't implemented. And there wasn't an all-of-church approach, as we heard. Why was that?
I'm not entirely sure. I did see that there was a reflection on there not being resources to do that. But at the end of the day, it is primarily down to the willingness to make something happen. Conference had spoken. Conference was clear. Conference believed that something should be done. And yet it didn't happen. And I can only assume that there was a blockage somewhere, an obstacle at some level of decision making that prevented that from happening.
Okay, and I just want to understand the role of the church and the state in this, because I think I had read consultation proposed in Wellington with government departments, but that didn't happen. And at the time, the church was almost fully funding its care services with limited input from the state. So was that part of the reason why you couldn't implement those recommendations?
Yes, it's part of the reason, but I mean, is that a reason? Is that a reason, actually? If you make it your priority, you make it happen.
Right. So you're taking responsibility for what the church failed to do.
Very much so. That was a failure on our part. We had a window of opportunity to make a difference, and that did not happen. And that was our failure.
Right. And then I guess separate to that is the state sending you children to care for, but not providing adequate funding and resourcing to do that.
Exactly. This is clear. The state were happy to pass on the responsibility without the necessary supports in place.
Okay. Madam Chair, my next part actually goes into part of the redress which I can save for this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And if there are no further questions, we might stop there. Because
I'll just check with the commissioners. Paul, do you think?
Ms. Sharkey, I do want to ask about the Wellington community action, the services provided there. I'm not sure if will there be an opportunity to talk about that later today, or is now a good time to ask?
Now is a good time.
Okay. If I want to we talked earlier, I did find the data about the foster care services that are provided by this entity, and I just wondered if you could. It does seem that it's quite extensive, the type of foster care services that are currently being provided by the Wellington Wesley Community Action Group based in Wellington. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, that's a fair assessment.
And I wondered about, because we're hearing this testimony about the homes that have since closed, but of course the church is still quite closely involved through this entity in the provision of foster care. And we know from the hearings that we've had and from the testimony of survivors about how this remains a site of great vulnerability for tamariki and rangatahi. So I just wonder if you could talk about the sort of checks. We don't have much time, but I suppose to cut to the chase, in this proposal that is going to your governance body in November.
Conference,
thank you very much. Are there checks and balances there for protecting these, ensuring that these tamariki are safe in terms of vetting, in terms of monitoring of people, the very kaupapa we've just been talking about for the last hour and a bit?
Yes, there are. But what I would say in this particular case, there is already in place very rigorous safeguards. This is a mission that works closely with community, with hapu and whānau, that has a co-governance model itself, which means that it is required an accountability that goes right to the people with whom they work with on the ground, and are very close in the relationship with the state and with what they do together in that space. This is a mission that has built up a history of care in this space, and because of that, they have, I believe, a very good record in working with children, which is not to say that the conference then leaves them, but they will be part of the safeguarding. But in many ways, we learn from them now because they are already out there working.
And they large numbers of Māori and Pacifica tamariki affected by the service delivery?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a rough idea?
I will get you the numbers.
Okay. And when you say co-governance, is it governance with local tangata whenua or
yes,
other providers?
With local tangata whenua.
Okay. So Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa. Okay. Thank you for that. We might spell out this afternoon, but I appreciate your time. Kia ora. Thank you.
All right. Kia ora. I think it's time we all had a cup of tea. So let's take 15 minutes and we'll come back after that. Thank you.
Break. The faith-based institutional response public hearing has paused for a break.
So, welcome back everybody, talofa lava, and welcome to our panel members who have joined us. Welcome to the Commission, and thank you for attending today. I'll just do a quick affirmation for you and then we'll get on with our conversation. So we have here, do you want to introduce your witnesses, or shall I do it? All right. Would you like to introduce your own witnesses? Yes, please. Just by name, and then I'll ask for the affirmation.
Thank you. So firstly, to our right, we have Tara, who you've obviously been hearing from this morning.
Yes.
We have Etweni Talakai, who is the Vice President of the Methodist Church. We have Chris Johnson, who is the General Secretary for the Wesley College Trust Board. And then we have Reverend Ian Faulkner, who is the former Principal of Wesley College between 2003 and 2014.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll just all together have one affirmation that you can all agree with. Do you all solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now I'll leave you over to Ms. Sharkey.
Madam Chair, I just wondered whether the witnesses wanted to give a visual introduction of themselves for those who might not be able to see them.
Yes, that would be much appreciated. So, Mr. Talakai.
Mahalo, Madam Chair. I'm a Pacific Islander, middle-aged man. I've got black hair with white streaks. I'm wearing a white shirt and a navy blue jacket with red and black diamond tie. Mahalo.
Mahalo. And you, Mr. Johnston?
Kia ora, Commissioners. Chris Johnston, I'm a middle-aged white male in my early 50s. I have dark hair with grey streaks and similar for my beard. Today I'm wearing a navy blue suit and a navy tie with a lighter blue shirt.
Thank you. And you're the lucky last, Mr. Faulkner.
On. So I am an older, grey-haired man with European features. I am wearing a grey suit, white shirt and black and white tie. I wear glasses when I need to see something.
Thank you. I notice you're not wearing them now, so maybe you don't need to see us.
You're at a distance, you're fine.
Oh, I see. You mean short. All right, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sharkey.
Right. Morning. Before we begin with it, just checking, did anyone want to make any opening remarks? All right, thank you, Mr. Johnston. We'll start with you.
Ko rangatoto toku monga, no tamaki makoro ahua.
Oh, press your... Just press
oh, I'm not close enough. Sorry, Commissioner.
Just bring it forward.
Bring closer. How's it, Commissioner?
Okay.
Sorry. Ko rangatoto toku monga, no tamaki makoro ahua. No Norman toku matua, ko Davina toku whaia. Ko Chris Johnston toku ingoa. My glasses. Yeah, I do use glasses for reading, but when I am reading, I can see my notes, but unfortunately I can't see you, and vice versa when I'm without my notes. It is a privilege to speak to the Royal Commission on behalf of the Wesley College as part of the Talanoa and looking at the past, our present and our future. To the 11 witnesses who have come forward to the Royal Commission, we acknowledge that you were abused at Wesley College when you should have been in a safe place that showed you care and respect. You experienced one or more of physical, sexual, emotional and psychological abuse. We acknowledge you, William, for being present today. We also acknowledge that there are likely others who are living with trauma of their experiences at Wesley College. Those who have made redress claims directly to the college and church, and those who have not yet come forward. We specifically acknowledge the factors that enabled this abuse to occur. Insufficient adult supervision in the hostels, students put in supervisory roles, and inadequate boarding facilities. On behalf of both the Wesley College Trust Board and the Board of Trustees, we unreservedly apologise to those who have experienced trauma because of the abuse you suffered at Wesley College. We acknowledge that there are survivors who are still suffering or have difficulties in their lives as a result of what has happened. For survivors and their whānau, we appreciate that our acknowledgement of this abuse and our apology comes many decades too late. Wesley's alumni, staff and community are encouraged to both accept and talk openly about the need for continued change. This sets an example to current and future students and flows on to our whānau and community. We are committed to removing all forms of abuse and lack of care within Wesley College and our hostels.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Just checking, anybody else? No? Okay, all right. So we'll get underway with questioning now. So firstly, I just wanted to set the scene and the school's early mission statement, which is there referenced in your statements. So Wesley College was established in 1844 and formally opened in 1845. The purpose was to establish a Wesleyan native institution to instruct a selected number of natives in English that they might become more efficient teachers of their countrymen in matters of religion and civilization. And then we have the legislation in 1911. The purpose for the land was to create a multiracial boarding school, or as a multiracial combined day and boarding school, catering especially for the maintenance and education of as many Māori pupils and of as many disadvantaged pupils, whether orphan, needy or otherwise disadvantaged, and whether male or female, as the board shall consider proper and expedient. And so I just had a couple of questions around te tiriti. Okay, and so if I'm directing my questions openly, if someone is able to answer, Mr. Johnston, I'm probably looking at you. But during the scope period, if you were able to, what was the position, I guess, of each of the roles, and as it relates to te tiriti and Māori students at Wesley College?
The makeup of the roles of Wesley College over time?
Yeah.
It has changed over time, as you acknowledged in 1844. It was open for Māori students. I think in the 50s and 60s, because of the attractions of the agricultural and horticultural side, there was quite a large European makeup of Wesley College. I know as I read former minutes of the Wesley College Trust Board, they acknowledged that the Māori role was too low, and they discussed as a board ways of increasing the Māori role, which also included subsidising some term fees, particularly for Māori. Now we see that we have quite a small European role now. Pacifica is our majority of current students, and a moderate-sized Māori role. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I think the stats.
Okay, and so when we were talking about before about the Methodist Church embraces 1983, the bicultural journey, and so from then on, what does that look like for Wesley College?
I can only speak from the governance side. So we have
that's good.
We embrace the Methodist Church in the bicultural journey. We have representatives of Te Taha Māori on the Wesley College Trust Board. I have that from the board side.
Okay.
That's a key. We make decisions by consensus, and that's important for the board.
Okay, and is that similar to what Reverend Tautari was talking about before?
Yes.
Okay.
I also have the makeup of the Wesley College Trust Board. Is it time for that? Or if
that's fine.
So current Wesley College Trust Board has 3 representatives of Te Taha Māori. We have 4 Pacifica descent and 6 European descent.
Okay, and so just looking at if there are Māori students at Wesley College, the obligation to honour te tiriti, what does that look like in the day-to-day running of the school? As a former principal, Reverend Faulkner, what did that look like?
Could I just ask, is it permissible for me to take
If you would like to take your jacket off, entirely up to you.
Perhaps that request indicates some inner turmoil. So, so what does te tiriti look like in the day-to-day running of the school?
Yep.
I would see it in my time as a relational question. How do people relate to each other? And to take every opportunity to check with each of the ethnic groups within the school whether this is something they wish to continue talking about. and that would be both at a student, a teacher, dorm parent, and governor's level. So to have continual conversations based on maintaining the best possible relationships between people.
Would you say that during your time, Te Tiriti principles were consciously observed? Was there a real understanding about it at that time?
What I could say is that in 2003, I was aware that they were not.
Right.
So there was a deliberate attempt for me to talk with particularly the Te Taha Māori representatives on the trust board to how can we bring this more into place. And the first paper of mine that I think you have before you begins to unravel that.
Right, okay. And I will be coming towards that a bit later in the Talanoa. I now just want to look at pathways into Wesley College, and where some Wesley College students came from during the scope period, and why or how they came to attend the school. So we've got survivor voices who speak to coming from the children's homes, state care, through Pasifika and Māori scholarships, and some information that some students came from overseas. And I just wanted to ask you some questions about that. Have I covered everything, or did students come through to Wesley from other places? What was the understanding at the time of where the students were coming from? How the entry points for them coming to Wesley College?
During the scope period, I cannot accurately count on because I was not there. I can only talk about 2003 onwards. Your pathways that were set out remained about the same during my time, with the exception that a number came from parents or communities that we already had contact with.
Okay. Reverend Tautari.
Yes, perhaps I could just add, in addition to the groups you have mentioned, we had Māori coming from rural areas. For example, my uncles came from Whananaki. They weren't coming from care. They were living on a farm and they were sent to Wesley College. In addition to that, we had Pacifica people coming from the islands who had been sent by their whānau because they'd heard that Wesley College was a good place to be in. Right. And they weren't coming from any of the other categories you had mentioned. Right. But they were being sent there deliberately for the opportunity that the college offered for their education.
Yeah, Ms. Sharkey, if I can comment, also in my time when the board had recognised that there are Māori communities in rural areas that needed extra care, recruiters were sent. So I was aware that there were recruiters sent down to the East Cape and also the far north, Pangaru, Miti, trying to see if these areas, their students could be helped by Wesley College.
Right, and that was all part of, I guess, observing and ensuring that you met what it was that you were trying to do in terms of Māori and Pacific and disadvantaged students, or those requiring special care. Is that right? That was part of the recruitment strategy?
That is my belief.
Okay.
Could I just ask quickly about that? Those students who came from rural areas, disadvantaged areas, who paid the fees? How were they financed?
Yeah, see, Wesley College is quite fortunate in the setup. We have quite a large investment trust. And so with the fees, the boarding fees are assessed at the cost of what a student's cost, but then financial assistance is reduced off that boarding fee. And families are assessed by their financial ability to pay these boarding fees, and 100% of the students had a reduction on the cost of what it costs to come to Wesley College.
It's like a means test.
And were given additional financial assistance. So that's on the boarding school side. On the Board of Trustees side, we don't charge a fee. We also, those that have knowledge of integrated schools, the one compulsory fee, which is called attendance dues, Wesley College does not charge it.
Right, thank you for that.
Okay, and
can I just say, sorry, and I should have said it earlier, everything you're saying is being typed by our formidable dictaphone stenographer over there. Please, if we can just keep an eye on the speed, because also... Are you signing? Yes. You're sitting. And we have signers behind me who I can't see because they're broke down, who have to keep up as well. Thank you.
The board meeting minutes from 1993 noted that the school has a policy of enrolling troubled students, some of whom are unacceptable to other schools. How did that work? What did that look like?
I can only again speak from 2003 onwards, but often an officer of the court or a support agency within the community, and the one I think of quite clearly now is a group from the Roskill area called Turn Your Life Around, would become involved with young men who were within the court system, and they would put together a package to provide care and control for them, and they believed that Wesley College was a suitable place to begin that journey.
Okay. And just, we see reference to Māori and Pacific students and ethnicity recording. Quite good ethnicity recording for those groups. Another priority group for this inquiry is disabled peoples. So during your time, Reverend Faulkner, was that data captured that you recall?
I would say probably not.
And do you know why that might be?
No.
Oh, that's okay. All right. And for the trust board, Mr. Johnston?
I'm not aware of disability statistics being kept or being presented to the board.
Okay. Okay. And I guess if that's one of the gaps, is that something that you would be looking at now, ensuring there is better data being captured for those students?
Going forward, yes, that can be done.
Okay.
Can I ask, the idea was to proactively recruit from Māori Pacific and disadvantaged groups. Was there any, even if there was no data, was there some proactive recruitment of disabled students?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. How, in general, would you define disadvantage in the day that it was?
Disadvantage in my definition, it could be all sorts. Financially disadvantaged, could be in a family with where they do not have their own bed. So I'm conscious of my speed. I'll slow down. It could be disadvantaged because of the location of their house. They don't have access to good schooling in the area.
Thank you.
Reverend Faulkner, was there something you wanted to add to that? I just saw you nodding, just checking.
Oh, it's certainly very clear. There were numerous students who arrived with only the clothes that they were wearing, and the college provided the rest of their clothing, provided their bedding, and for many it was the first time they had slept in their own bed.
Okay. And so the reason for starting off here and looking at that objective is because there were a number of students coming from very different pathways, some of which we have survivors who were coming from homes or state care, having already experienced trauma in their childhoods, from the islands, Pacific Islands without English, children leaving home for the first time, coming into that environment. But would you agree that the support in place at that time weren't ready to deal with the children who were coming from all these different pathways and being put together in this, what I would describe, pressure cooker situation?
I agree.
Okay. What was in place?
I'll go back to what wasn't in place. The key to me is adult supervision. Now, what was in place is there was a level of prefects, the senior prefects and dormitory prefects. So you had senior students who were charged with supervising junior students. We did have a night supervisor. We had a setup of teachers that would do duties, crossover duties. In my time, we've also had a hostel manager and a girls' hostel manager, but we didn't have the number of supervision staff that we do have currently in place.
Right. So you accept that there was the inadequate supervision, a lack of monitoring and oversight. But I just want to talk about care. Those responsible for caring for these children. Is there an acceptance that back then, one of the factors contributing to abuse is the level of care these children were receiving, these survivors were receiving?
When you talk about care, I think there's two parts to this, if I might interrupt. One is that just enlisting the diverse range of places these children came from, is that they all must have in that environment be seen to be suffering a disadvantage, if not a trauma, if not the need to be assisted into a new world. Were there any structures in place or resources in place to meet the needs of the children as they arrived? So the child who hadn't had a bed or clothing, plainly coming from a difficult, deprived background, anything in place to deal with that child's needs on arrival so that they could then start to learn?
What I can say is that it developed over time. So when I was at Wesley College as a boy, most of the outside of school time and during the weekends there was one adult in place for 200 students.
Oh, you were a student yourself?
Correct.
Ah, thank you.
And that one adult may have been in one of the houses at the time, and some enterprising young man, as it was at that time, would go and find the adult if the adult was deemed necessary.
Right.
The rest of the time, the management was by older students.
Thank you for that. Really, really what I'm getting at is, a child comes in with a traumatic background. Was there anything in place to see to those needs, those immediate needs of that child at that time, in terms of emotional support, psychological support, maybe medical or physical needs like that, to set them on a pathway to learning?
No.
Right. Okay. I thought that was going to be the answer. I thought we just must break it into care of the pre-existing needs of these children, and then through the school processes.
So I can speak of a older woman called matron, who you went to if you had a sore throat,
yes,
or if you needed any form of medical care. That was clearly inadequate.
And that was it. Yeah. Thank you.
And that would extend. We have a survivor from the late 60s who speaks to there being Māori and Pacific students back then, but there wouldn't have been the staff who had the training to deal with those cultural competency issues that would have been required. Would that be fair to say? For these Pacific students, the relevant staff, with that understanding of the culture?
That'd be my belief, yeah.
Okay. We do have a survivor as well who spoke about having special needs and there being no support for that, and having witnessed the treatment, he says, of ADHD children, there wouldn't have been the level of professional training for those children either, would there?
No. I don't think so in the hostels and the school.
In either the hostel or the school.
Okay.
So in the early 1960s, many of the staff were ex-servicemen.
Right.
They were untrained. They were a person who was deemed to be able to teach maths or physics or something like that because of their army experiences.
Okay. Just following on from that, Reverend Faulkner, just asking for your views in terms of there being staff ex-servicemen. So we've had a number of survivor voices talk about the military style. Could that be linked? Is it possible that that could stem from that time back then when you had those staff from those areas responsible for the care of these students?
So the whole place was very, very militaristic, apart from the fact that we did not carry guns, because Methodists did not agree with that view of life. But we marched everywhere, we were formed up in lines, we bowed, we did all those sorts of things that you would expect to happen in the army.
You wouldn't expect that to continue through the decades, through to recent times during your time as principal?
When I was appointed principal, there were still elements of that.
Right, okay. We'll come into that. So Mr. Johnston, just in one of the statements, you've heard from some complainants already. You say some 7 complainants who've come forward, and you totally accept that these former pupils, and then I just pick up here, likely some others. And is that a bit light, likely some others? Would it be there are others?
The thing is, there's a trend coming through in these witnesses' accounts, and yes, it is likely that there is others that will come forward.
And
and also in our evidence, it talks about this code of silence that seemed to be in place. And my concern is if that remains, that could still be a reason why a survivor may not come forward. Now we've got our process in place for redress that is also combining with the church's process, but people themselves may have their own barriers to bringing forward their stories.
Right. Yes, because in Reverend Tautari, your statement says that the church acknowledges that the information it held about violence at Wesley College shows that abuse by students against other students was a part of life at the college.
Yes, in some cases, a lot of cases, it was a daily experience.
Yeah. And a lot of the survivor statements refer to them witnessing abuse of other students. And in one survivor situation, he says that he spoke to his friend about coming forward, and he said no way. He wants to leave that period of time in the past. Is it my understanding that both the church and Wesley College are encouraging survivors to please come forward?
That is correct. There
is an acknowledgement in the statement about the 1990s. The college and the trust board were aware of violence at the college. It can be seen in the trust board's reports. But there is an acceptance that it's not just a 1990s issue.
Yes.
Sorry, it just has to be read into evidence, Mr.
Sorry.
Johnston.
No.
And I just want to talk about the scale of violence, because that is something that is quite important to the survivors. William Wilson post-hearing, there was a number of responses from the community, and it's just important for some survivors that there's some acknowledgement about just how bad it really was, how much of an issue it was. So for Mr. D.E., he says that he would witness abuse not only happening to him but to younger boys. Another survivor also confirms that there was a lot of bullying and gang bashings. There was so much physical violence, sexual and mental abuse at the school that he and other students witnessed every day. Mr. T.E. talks about the bullying, violence and abuse that happened to many students. Mr. L.T. talks about the parades that were for the new kids, but there were fourth formers who were singled out for beatings. Mr. L.T. also says that there are so many of us, and he thinks there are hundreds of ex-students who went through the same thing. Mr. W.A. also says the same thing, that it happened to him and other juniors. Mr. W.B. says juniors were assaulted daily. He witnessed other juniors having their fingers broken from these assaults. William Wilson spoke about witnessing the beating of others. And I just wanted to ask, for those survivors that are watching, is it acknowledged by the school that the scale of bullying and violence at Wesley College happened over a number of decades and was very, very serious?
I acknowledge it as a very, very serious. As I was saying earlier, with the scope was hard to determine and did not come to board level. I've got a principal here, maybe able to help there, but also we also have former students here at Wesley College as well. We acknowledge there was abuse, and it's not acceptable, and we acknowledge that it's not acceptable. The scope of the abuse, when we look at Wesley College and look at our old students and how our old students or former students do in society, and how they, success, and we've got a large number of students that saying that they did not have these same experiences. But from the board level, we definitely acknowledge that there was a scale of abuse, and it's unacceptable, and also unacceptable in today's college.
Right. Reverend Faulkner.
My response would be that if somebody deemed to be a survivor has written something, it happened.
Thank you. And also witnessing others. As you said, Mr. Johnston, that you've spoken to others who haven't gone through that experience, but that doesn't mean that other people didn't go through that.
That is correct.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that. Now I just wanted to talk about the Wesley Way. It is something that survivors have repeatedly brought up in their statements. The severity of the abuse and the culture of silence. Now, there have been two acknowledgements that I wanted to refer to, Mr. Johnston, from your joint statement. You offer a very sincere apology for the failure of the college the Wesley College Trust Board and the college's Board of Trustees to take steps to prevent the level of abuse that some former students encountered.
Yep.
Correct?
We do.
Okay. And in your opinion, the primary barriers to reporting abuse of those in the care of Wesley College have been, 1, the ingrained culture of the Wesley Way, and the brotherhood, where some students, whānau and staff accepted the violence between students, particularly by senior students against junior students, was part of life at the college, and it included the culture of no knocking and no snitching. So for the benefit of survivors who are present and listening on the live stream, I just wanted to have a discussion about this. The social media backlash following William Wilson's hearing might be known to you or Mr. Talakai. Some were saying that's just the way it was. It made me the man who I am today. Others said it was normalised violence. Others, it wasn't that bad. It was schoolyard bullying. So that violence was downplayed and normalised. What is your understanding of the Wesley Way as defined by what these students are talking about? That's the Wesley Way. The initiation, the beatings, the hidings, that's the Wesley Way.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. For myself, I acknowledge the survivors, admitting that the Wesley Way. For myself, experiencing in Wesley College, the Wesley Way were different things. Either beating, but the other Wesley Way of being a better person, a better student, a better player in rugby, succeeding in education. But I do acknowledge the survivors saying that there's a Wesley Way, the beating, and acknowledge the abuse and trauma that has created, and that sense of Wesley Way as they describe it.
Because they're associating this level of violence and these beatings as being the Wesley Way. You know, and surely the school and the church would say, no, that's not the Wesley Way, but an acknowledgement that these students took that to be. You know, the Wesley Way for them meant that this was a tradition. Is it acknowledged it was a tradition?
Do you want to speak to that? Paerata, you wanted to say something about that?
If I could.
Yes, sure.
If that's all right. Absolutely. This would not be what the church understands to be the Wesley Way. But obviously and undeniably, the culture of abuse had become so distorted as to then appropriate itself onto this term, Wesley Way. So that it became a pathway of some pseudo-brotherhood that you had to buy into and be abused into, inculcated, so much so that you come out of the school with these types of comments that you have reflected on. It made me the person I am. It wasn't that bad. When absolutely it is abuse and a total distortion of what should be the Wesley Way, that being what Etwini spoke about. And so therefore you have two types of experiences holding the same term, and yet we need to understand that Wesley Way as it is now used is one that has undertones of coercion, of abuse, in order to belong. and that is unacceptable by the church and by Wesley College.
Could I just ask where did the term Wesley Way come from? Was it something you might know about this, Mr. Faulkner? Would you like to explain that?
So, a senior prefect, I think the year was 2008, who was an extremely good artist, acquired a large piece of canvas and depicted the Wesley Way. It was young men with their arms around each other in a fraternal way. It was singing, it was joining in, it was playing rugby. The centre point was a rugby scrum. Right. So what that senior prefect was wishing to show in art form was these are the positive things that we are here for. I believe that he would be most distraught to hear that term being used as we've had it described today.
So it was a term that was used and born out of a positive experience, but it's been taken by survivors. Is it then survivor voices who have used that term to encompass all these other negative things? Is that what happened?
My memory is that it came out of another boarding school where the then principal talked about this is name of school way. Right. And he picked up on wanting to show what the Wesley Way should be. Yeah. The term has been misappropriated.
That's really what I was trying to say. Yes, I can see that. And thank you very much. And thank you, Tara, for your explanation.
Can I, Mr. Faulkner, talofa lava, can I just clarify then that the term has been misappropriated in a negative sense, but it's a common term that would be used by students, the Wesleyan Way?
That was not my experience. So the experience that I heard of the Wesley Way was these are the things that we need to do to make us better people.
Yep. So it's a broad term used by all students, but in different contexts, it meant different things. I suppose I'm just wanting to clarify that it wasn't just, and we're not sheeting it home to survivors who are using that phrase.
I can see how survivors or anybody that suffered any form of abuse is able to use that term to describe what they believed the culture was.
Because the survivor voices we have that go far back from 2008 talk about that actual term, the Wesley Way, and that the Wesley Way was passed down through from seniors onto juniors, and then when juniors became seniors, they continued that on. Right. And if there was a message to give to those who might consider that the Wesley Way is still one where you deliver beatings and hidings and initiations and physical violence, what would the message be to them? From school, church, I think it's actually quite important that a strong message is delivered, because what we can still see from engagement from the community is that form of the Wesley Way is still acceptable.
Wesley Way. You know, John Wesley is the founder of the Methodist Church. Can you imagine what it is to have the name of a founder associated with the most horrific abuse day after day after day, have that Wesley way term distorted in such a way as it is now being appropriated to mean this type of abuse. It would be interesting to speak with students at Wesley and say, what does the Wesley way mean for you? Because I very much doubt that they would be saying it means brotherhood, fraternity. Instead, what we have is now a term that has come to mean the abject subjection of innocent people, young people, and that is categorically unacceptable to the church. And I say this to anyone who is listening, watching, here in this space. We acknowledge this is wrong. It is unacceptable and cannot continue.
Thank you, Reverend Totari. Mr. Johnston, for the school?
For the board.
For the board.
My position, I'm secretary to the board, but my main role is looking after the investment assets of the Wesley College Trust Board.
That's fine. I'll ask Dr. Evans in the afternoon.
Hey, sorry.
Is there anything you would like to say on behalf of the Trust Board?
A hierarchy where you've got students having control over other students and leading to abuse is appalling, and it is not appropriate in today in our school.
And you had mentioned before about the no-narking, the culture of no-narking. There's an acknowledgement that students were in fear of retribution and reprisals, a culture of silence, and some students talk about trying to disclose to those who were put in charge of them. A student talks about living in fear all the time, constantly in fear, and that their education was deprived because of it. Is there an acknowledgement of that?
From my point of view, yes, very much so.
Edwin, you had spoken about before, and I'm looking at your statement. You say the abuse and behaviour described by the survivor witnesses has no place in Methodist or Tongan values and no place at Wesley College. Those values that you talk about, what are they?
Values.
Maybe the golden pillars, those values.
We mentioned today by the Chair, Commission, the VAR.
The VAR.
One of the VAR, the space. There's a for Tongan, there is the four Gavei Gola, Atonga, 4 golden pillars of a Tongan. This 4 golden pillars was identified by the late Queen Charlotte Tupo III and depicts being a core value of being a Tongan in society. It talks really much about the relationship, the va. And the 4 pillars is whakapa'apa, respect, whiwei tokai aki, reciprocal respect, tauhi va or tauhi vaha'a, keeping space or relationship. And those 4 core values, Mr. Sharkey, I think that depicts being a Pacific Islander in the school, having the mutual respect of being tauhi va and tauhi vaha'a, having to respect the spaces, as we've heard the statement from the survivors. And I think to have those values at Wesley College implemented, we'll see the changes in the coming future and the work that's been done at the moment. But those are the four core values that depicts being a student. I express myself for being a Tongan from a Tongan family. Most families in the Tongan society think of enrolling your child at Wesley College. Enrolling your child at Wesley College, not only they will learn the 4 pillars, golden pillars that I've been talking about, but it will teach them the mind, mental, it will teach them spiritual, and the college will teach them physical. And in the Tongan context, when the dimension of atamai, mind and mental, spiritual, laumarie, and sino, physical, and when these are napanga marie, it means in balance. Or if these are potpotu tatau, all these elements in balance, that's being a well-being person. And that's the dream of being from a Tongan family, Pacifica, I'm sure the same, of sending their children and their kids to Wesley College to attain these well-being that I was talked about.
Does that aspiration continue today? Do Tongan families still want to send their children to Wesley for those reasons?
I'm sure, Madam Chair, because we can see from the statistics, the last 10 years, from 1993 to 2015, there's been a change from being 26% of Tongans to 51%. So I'm sure current statistics now...
But they speak for themselves in a way, don't they?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
And that's the importance of faith to the Pacific cultures. Another value, because what you're describing there is not what survivors have experienced at Wesley College. Would that be correct?
Correct.
And for some students, what we saw, especially with the backlash, mamahi'i mea, you know, this, how would you describe that? That fierce loyalty, this passion, this from some students to protect the school if anyone is saying something bad about them. That value is not right in terms of promoting or supporting that kind of violence towards another student. Would that be right?
That's right.
Yeah. And in fact, would it be fair to say that's really they've taken on their own interpretation of what loyalty and passion means for Wesley College?
Correct.
Yeah. But the church is saying, no, that is not the value that we're talking about. And you're wrong.
Correct. There's no place for that in the school.
And I just wonder, we will have community voice in the afternoon, but there are a number of Pacific parishes. Is that message delivered through those parishes? These days we've got children who look up to leaders like the person we've got in the afternoon. But our parents and our generation still listen to the word, very closely the word of the church and what they say. And so are these messages of what our values really do stand for and look like, particularly at Wesley College, is that communicated to our parishes, those parents who are caring for these children who are going off to school. That Wesley Way tradition that we've been looking at here is not on, has no place at Wesley College. Is that something that has been communicated to our parents? Or should be communicated to our parents?
I think it should be communicated to the parents.
Yeah.
Also the settings, when you say the parish.
Yes. Yep.
Former students, not all the time students at Wesley College is from a parish.
Yeah.
It can be from different denomination rather than Methodist. So rather talking about denomination, it's more of a cultural. We just Tongan, being a Tongan. So to answer whether it's reached the parish for the Wesley Methodist Church, yes, but I'm not too sure to the other denomination will it reach the community, the Tongan community there.
Right. And it's a message that needs to continually be delivered. I guess another group I would be looking at is the old boys or the old students. What relationship does either the school or the church have with that association?
We've got the chair of the Old Students Association.
Oh, right.
Next to me.
That's perfect.
I also attend the Old Students Association executive meetings. We have another board member, one of our board members on that Old Students Association. So that's our connection with the association. The events, there was a event that the Old Students Association put on recently, but it wasn't well attended. But whether that's a reflection of the COVID times or not, I'm not sure.
And considering this Royal Commission and the work we're looking at, in particular Wesley College, what communication is there with the members of the Old Student Association? Because what we saw on social media is a number of those who fed back were old boys with very, very strong views towards this information coming out into the light.
Do you mean protective of
the school?
Of the
Fiercely
school, yeah.
protective of the school.
So the day-to-day, wrong word Ian, the understanding of what life is within the current school is not at this point on the Old Students Association agenda. It's the Old Students group meets from time to time to plan opportunities to get together. It does not go beyond that. And if the Old Students Association was in some way to request attention to what is happening in the school at the moment, that would need careful negotiation. Particularly in my case, if I am presenting the request, I have to be aware that I am not the current principal. So there is some tension there just in terms of how information is passed and received and looked to.
Okay. Sorry, Reverend Faulkner, could you just take us through that a bit? I'm just trying to understand what the restrictions or limitations would be, and saying to the Old Boys, or Old Students Association, I should say, that we are an inquiry who is looking into the abuse that occurred to students at Wesley College, and with messaging around what it is that we've heard from survivors and strong messaging about perhaps a reaction.
Yeah. In that point, there is no restriction. So the Old Students Association must consider what has been presented and how, as an Old Students Association, within the Old Students Association, they consider the best way of addressing what has been heard.
Right.
Does that make sense? No?
Yeah, kind of.
May I just, excuse me, Ms. Sharkey.
No, that's fine.
Question. I just wondered, to provide a bit of focus, is...
Can you bring your microphone forward?
Thank you. To to provide a bit of focus is the topic of historical redress, for example, about whether the Old Student Association has discussed the redress scheme and efforts to communicate, raise awareness of the scheme and encourage survivors to come forward. Has that been a part of your agenda or mahi that you do within the association?
No.
Yeah.
So the Old Students Association will be unaware of consideration around redress and how it might be applied.
Okay. Why is that? I mean, I see it's on your website, the church website, historical redress. I'm not sure why there's no, why there wouldn't be any awareness or efforts to encourage discussion and applications to the redress scheme through the Old Student Association as a really important forum for disseminating information.
So without being definitive, members of the Old Students Association who are Methodist, therefore, would believe they should be often looking at the church website are few. There would be myself, I might be the only, if the word is practicing Methodist, that's on the Old Students Association.
Yeah. And I can appreciate that there can be some tension between, say, the Old Student Association and wanting to protect the reputation, say, of the kura and its legacy. Some tension between that and disclosure about historical abuse and transparency about historical abuse, and survivors, old boys and girls, coming forward and making disclosures and seeking redress. Do you see that tension in the work that you do as the head of the association?
No. I see there is no tension between that. What I can say is that it has not been on the agenda of the Old Students Association.
And could that just be representative of the tension in that no one's willing to come forward because of the risk of harming the reputation of the kura?
Or is it something that's just not being considered, really, as part of the Old Students Association kaupapa?
Correct.
It's just difficult to conceive of it not being considered.
Yes, that's
right. Yeah. And also, again, I would suggest for me to consider, first of all, members, the Old Students Association is a very small group. We're talking about 8 or 9 people, and each of that come to the meetings, and each of us would say our overall experience of Wesley College was a positive one. That's why we want to continue being part of this group.
Maybe.
Please.
I misunderstand what the association is. So it's not representative of all the former pupils at the kura?
No. It's those who choose to pay their $100 to become a member.
Okay. So is there another association that...
Excuse me, can I just remind everybody to listen in respectful silence and allow everybody, including the commissioners, to ask questions and to respond to them. That's the only way we get value out of this process. Thank you.
We're coming up to the break, but I do want to just clarify, where is the old boys, old girls, former students? There is a body in addition to the body that you sit on?
No.
There is no body?
No.
There's nothing associated. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to stop there. Ms. Sharkey, thank you.
Okay. Well, what I would say is that there are a number of groups then who profess to be representative of some kind of old student association or old boys association, particularly on social media. And so perhaps then the school might look at sharing some information with them because they are quite vocal in their views and position. Mr. Johnston.
Sorry, I'm not great on social media, but let's see, that's a logical path.
Okay. I just had a question in terms of reflection, because we know that corporal punishment was prohibited at Wesley College, I think since 1991 or the early 1990s. A survivor from the late 60s talks about how a senior staff member would beat them to the extreme and told staff and senior students to do the same. He is our earliest registered survivor. And then we have heard from survivors that they would also receive the same corporal punishment. And I just wanted to know, or to have this discussion about when that stops, when corporal punishment is taken off, and then it becomes the responsibility of students to do that to other students. We have survivors saying it was promoted and encouraged by staff. Could that be, just a reflection, just something to have a discussion about, whether that law, that being ruled out, not being allowed to do that anymore, and then staff think, well, right, if we can't do this to the children anymore, we'll get others to do it. Could that have been one of the reasons why we've got survivors saying that it was the staff, it was the senior staff who promoted and encouraged the violence that happened to them? Might not be, and that's fair if you don't think that's relevant. But then why were staff telling these students to do that to other students?
I cannot comment on that. What I can comment on is I was the principal of a secondary school, a different secondary school, when corporal punishment was ruled out by the government. And I did not see, I believe I did not see, any move to introduce physical punishment in another form and by another authorised group of people. What I can say as a student of Wesley College is that corporal punishment was very much the only way of managing students.
The only way? The
only way. So in my time as a student, anything that moved was beaten.
Right. So you're saying it wasn't the only option, it was just that was the punishment that was delivered.
It's the easy, most straightforward way of putting young people in their place.
Back in your day, was it administered only by the teaching staff, or was it also administered by senior students the way it certainly came to be, at least later?
In my time, it was only some staff.
Only some staff, yeah.
And there were other staff who were Christian pacifists who spoke out that there was to be no physical punishment, period.
Yes.
And there are historically periods in the school where there was no corporal punishment, and then that influence moved on and it would have resumed.
It would revert, okay. Do you have any idea, or does anybody know, when this practice of encouraging senior students to take on the disciplining, when it began? Miss Sharkey's proposed a possible theory that it was when corporal punishment was outlawed, but does anybody have any idea? Do you have any idea?
No, I don't have any idea.
No, I'm talking to Etwini. You don't know?
No, I don't think.
In your day, was it physical punishment by teachers or students or both?
Sorry, Madam Chair, my day was only 1 year.
Only 1 year?
I did not witness any.
And you didn't witness any? Okay, thank you.
But with that corporal punishment, would you agree that this demonstrated to students that that form of physical violence was acceptable?
So we're referring to my time now as a student? Oh, clearly. Everybody knew their place, and if you stepped out of your place, that was the result.
Did you want to say something? Were you wanting to? I was just catching your eye. No? Okay. Madam Chair, I understand that lunch might be at 12:30.
That was our aspiration, our hope, and our desire.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
And tell me where you're up to and what you'd like to do in terms of, do you need more time if we came back earlier, or how would you like to deal with this?
So we're due to come back at
1:30?
Can we make it a bit earlier than that?
Yes, we could. That's what I'm suggesting. Maybe we come back at 1:15 if people can have their lunch in that time. Does that suit you?
Yes, definitely.
Very
All the time
good.
I can get would suit me.
Well, you need every moment you can get. Thank you to the panel, and time for a well-deserved lunch break. We'll come back at 1:15.
Thank you.
Yeah. Lunch break. The faith-based institutional response public hearing.
Amen. We
Welcome back, everybody. It's good to see you're all engaged and excited about what has been and particularly about what is to come. And welcome to our new members of our panel. And I'll get Ms. Sharkey, who's going to introduce them. Talk into your microphone, please.
Sorry. Happy to introduce Dr. Brian Evans, who is the current principal of Wesley College.
And we're also joined by Mr. Sekope Kepo, who is a well-known Pacific person in our community.
Yes.
Mr. Kepo does have some comments he would like to make. Just checking, Dr. Evans, do you have some comments you'd like to make to open with?
Yes, just one.
Just before you do, so we'll just do an affirmation.
Yes.
And then we'll launch into the proceedings. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll just check the stenographer's okay. You got a problem? Sorry, just a small technical hitch. We'll just wait for that to be sorted. All right now? Okay. And while the stenographer's making a fuss over the corner there, justifiably, can I just remind everybody that she is writing down every single word that's being said, and just to be careful about the speed at which you give your evidence today, and that includes council, commissioners, and yourselves. So a warm welcome to you, Dr. Evans, and a warm welcome to you, Sekope Kepo. Can I just ask both of you if you'd take the affirmation? Do you both solemnly, sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much, and I'll just leave you with Ms. Sharkey.
Right. Dr. Evans, you're welcome to make your opening comments.
I just firstly want to acknowledge and apologise to all the survivors, including the ones up to my time, 2022. In particular, I just want to acknowledge and thank William for coming forward and introducing himself to me just now before. Took a lot of courage, and, I'm really proud of what William started and a lot of other people coming forward. So thank you, William, and I look forward to collaborating with you as we move forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Sekope.
Tomoa tuha whawhitai ma whamalo ke tu e lang. Ko inga koe ne taula maha o ma ne tau he tau mohi o tau au sia aho whakaloa koe ni. Ko kingoa ko Sekope Kepo, koe tō ngāo. Ko tangata iki me niwa fō, pa koe whae me lima tuha wawao. Malo lei everyone, my name is Sekope Kepo. I am Tongan. I was raised in New Zealand. My father comes from Niua, a small outer island in Tonga, and my mother comes from Limatoa Vavao. I live here in Auckland with my wife and 4 kids. I am 1.88 centimetres tall. I'm currently wearing a black tie with a white shirt and a black tupenu, Tongan attire with a ta'avala, which is a mat that's wrapped around us. Just a bit about my background. I'm an old boy at Wesley College. I attended Wesley College from 1999 to 2004. I was a prefect in my last 2 years of school at Wesley College. I was also in the first 15 team representing the school in inter-college sports. I was involved in a Tongan culture group and was a leader in that group in my final years at Wesley. Today, I just want to acknowledge the experiences of our survivors. My heart goes out to you guys and to you all, wherever you are. For those who shared this experience, I acknowledge your courage for coming forward. I'm here today to fully support you, my fellow brothers and sisters that have been harmed in this various ways through their experience at Wesley College. I've had the privilege of reading through your statements, and I can see the hurt and the impact that it's had on you and the suffering over the many years of the abuse that you suffered. So from me to you, o whalahi atu. Malo.
Thank you, Sekope. Just following on from your opening comments, you had support from your friends to appear in this Royal Commission?
Yes. If I'm being brutally honest, a very nervous, challenging time. Not knowing the response of my fellow old students, fellow old boys. But if I'm being honest with myself, if I'm being rightful in what I believe in the living God, to always do what's right. And to answer your question, the students that I did reach out to were fully supportive, and I've encouraged some as well to come forward to Talanoa, to have this discussion so that we do improve the school that we love dearly in a positive direction and in a positive way, and lift all this dark cloud that we're trying to lift, this tala of the pulonga that's been on our school for a long time now.
Malo pito Sekope. Just before we went to the break, there was some discussion, because survivor experiences have talked to us about what staff knew at various periods throughout. And I just wanted to read some of these into evidence. Survivors have asked us to share these experiences. One survivor says, the flat was where you were sent if teachers or the principal had an issue with you. Prefects were always in charge and were used by teachers to hand out punishments. Another survivor, even when teachers were around, they would just walk away. Mr. WC said staff also shared the view that this was the way it had always been, and they turned a blind eye to the violence and abuse. The system was viewed as a legitimate means of keeping the students in line. Mr. TE says that he disclosed his abuse to school staff on a number of occasions, and in the end he was met with abuse by a prefect or a senior. A survivor says they disclosed abuse to the school principal on 2 occasions. Another survivor says they went to the masters straight after being nuggeted to show them the evidence, but they didn't want to see it. William Wilson, in his evidence, spoke about school staff giving prefects the power. And Mr. DE reported abuse to a number of masters on duty, but they dismissed his claims. There are also survivor experiences of telling medical staff of there being other staff knowledge, and even telling Methodist ministers at the school, and nothing was done. And my question is whether the school accept that they were aware of the violence and abuse to the children but failed to act. If anyone can answer that question on reflection or even at in the recent years.
On reflection for me, I guess I've been there 4.5 years, and I would find it hard to believe that staff didn't know what was going on. Whether it was condoned or not, I don't honestly know, but it would be very apparent what was happening.
I think we better clarify, Dr. Evans, I don't think it's been stated, but you are the present principal of Wesley College, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if survivor voices are to be believed, then it's accepted that some staff at Wesley College did know that the abuse was happening.
That is to be accepted. That is to be accepted.
We've already heard, and thank you, Mr. Johnston, you acknowledged that there was inadequate supervision at the time. Just a question, why?
I can speculate that it was due to finance. I know pre-integration, and integration for Wesley was in 1976, that the reason for integration was that Wesley College could not afford to maintain as a private school, which is now referred to as independent schools. That's my speculation, is affording the additional staff.
Okay. And so we had touched on before the number of pathways these children are coming from in terms of their homes, their backgrounds, overseas, and they're put into this situation and there is no supervision. You could foresee that there were going to be some issues, surely. In hindsight, looking back.
In hindsight, I don't disagree with you.
Right. And Reverend Tautari, for the church, because this is a school, church school, what learnings do you take from that?
The learnings that I take are that when students come to Wesley, they come as individuals with distinct needs, which must be met with requisite support in place. And that these students need to feel secure in the care of the place in which they are in. And that this is what the church would require of Wesley College.
And so we've seen there are a number of documents that we've all had to have a look at. And is it that the church was disconnected from what was happening then? You didn't know that there was inadequate supervision? What was the situation?
There were times when the church was very connected and had spoken up at conference and said, we need to address the issue. We need to ensure that there are support in place. But those times were so few as to not then bring about any sustained, enduring change. And that is evident in the statements coming from survivors who have completely other experiences.
Ms. Sharkey, may I just ask, following up there, just to go a little bit further about the needs of the student, given the pathways into the kura, just to explore what particular types of needs do you think the tauira needed? Anyone's welcome to answer this question, but probably with those with experience from the time, really reflecting back on historically, but up until it's relevant for present times too, about whether those needs persist.
I can speak for now. Pardon me. The needs of our students now are still really high. So if you imagine the old language of deciles, a decile 1 boarding school is quite a unique thing. So we have a lot of kids coming from lower socio-economic backgrounds. I think we all know the rhetoric around students reading, writing, so there can be learning needs, emotional needs from challenging families. I guess now, and I can talk for now, is we've gone to the boards and said if we want to run this sort of operation and live to the Methodist ethos, we need to fund it. And so now the funding, I'm happy to say that there's a lot more funding for staffing, for support for students, and give them the care and attention they need.
Okay, that was my question, is recognising that it is a problem, and then what are you doing in response to it? So, you talked about emotional needs, there could be trauma, there could be learning disabilities. It's identifying those particular needs for individual students and making sure the services are there. So you're saying now that, yes, recognising the extent of needs and addressing them with more resources being provided. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. So counsellors, teacher aides, just more staff around the dormitories and so on.
But historically, can anyone speak to that?
Historically, it would have been like Reverend Faulkner spoke of students coming together from very different backgrounds and being put in a one-size-fits-all box. And you are expected to get along and to do well. And in that context, your own specific needs were not catered for, nor even, I would hazard a guess, were even understood. What does it mean when Māori students come already with intergenerational trauma? We didn't even have the language of that then to process. And so how do we understand that then? So these are some of the things that very clearly were lacking and as Dr. Evans has said, have now shifted.
Yeah. Okay, tēnā koe. And what period of time do you think the changes have been made in recent years?
I first started at Wesley in 1996, the position of bursar, which is the accountant to the school. And I've seen, the principals, past principals, Graham Cowley when I started, then Reverend Ian Faulkner, then Stephen Hargroves, and then Brian. So seeing the change has come across with every single principal in my time.
Incrementally, it's changed since the 2000s onwards. You think?
I'd agree to that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Sharkey.
Did you wish to say something?
Yeah. I guess speaking from the past and as a past student.
Yes.
For as far as I remember, there was no counsellors available for each individual. As Reverend Ian Faulkner referred to, we were just pretty much thrown in there and had senior students looking after us.
So, Kopi, would you remind me of the years you were at school? I didn't note it down.
1999 to 2004.
Okay, thank you.
So, yeah, we were, a word that we used before was vetted. Students weren't vetted, there were no background checks on certain individuals coming from orphanages or care homes. So as a parent now, I would carefully navigate that space because, and with all love and respect, it's knowing who my children go to school with, interacting with their parents, knowing their children, and we go to the terminology of community. Raising a child, it takes a village to raise a child. Anyways, I want to come back to those resources weren't provided. And I asked the question, if it is still there, is it being done today? Because I'm passionate about this change. And we need this change. Ever so desperately, because we need these individuals all catered for, 41% or 50% Tongan.
Yeah.
That cultural understanding of our Tongan background and culture, what our actual 4 pillars are that Etwini has referred to.
Yes.
Because our Tongan students have lost that and they don't know that. So we need to really delve back into that. And but yeah, in saying that, no, there was no resources, and I believe that's a massive part. We need to provide those social workers, the people to aid and help and help our kids. That I remember back now to some students that have come from broken homes. I didn't understand anything about where they came from. I just knew they came from up north, down the line. But we interacted, and yeah, and it now I'm a parent and I see my children. You for the safety of our children and for the future, that's what I want. Thank you.
And included amongst those resources, I take it from what you've said, people with a cultural background, deep cultural knowledge, who can transmit those values that you're talking about, that they might not be able to get from their own families for whatever reason? Is that something you're talking about as well?
Yeah, definitely. Again, I refer to catering for everybody.
Yes.
Not everybody comes from sustainable homes or from safe homes. So understanding, and as they come through the gates or their application has been taken, noting that, providing the services for that, allowing the qualified people to assist to that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Sekope. So we just finished on also the lack of supervision, and we are now just about to play a video, and I'll just signal that for those who are on the live stream, it's about to go blank. We will be back in approximately 15 minutes.
Yes, unfortunately, we can't transmit this
No.
video over the live stream. I'm sorry about that. But perhaps you could, for the audience, explain what it is so that they know.
It is.
Yes, the audience will see it. Sorry,
Yes.
the people in the room will see it. But for the purposes of those who are watching online, could you just briefly describe it? It's a TVNZ
Yes, it's a TVNZ program that shared an experience of a survivor from the early 90s. And it's a two-part series shortly after his experience, and then the impacts, long-term consequences 3 years later.
Thank you. And just a warning that this may disturb some people. So if you need help, please ask for it. Thank you.
Sorry, we've had to pause the live stream evidence. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh Amen.
So let's hope that our technical problems have been resolved, and I understand we're going to readjust the timing just a little bit. Sharky, is that right? I don't think it doesn't sound as though it is.
Oh, sorry. I'm a bit IT challenged. We just watched that video from the TVNZ episode in 1991 and 1994. And the reason for showing that, number of reasons, we're looking at impacts as well. As well as a comment that was made at the end. And it was that the response of the school was that that particular survivor was in the care of his mother, not the school. So if firstly I could start about impacts, that is something very real to our survivors. And just asking for the response of both the church and the trust board, all, and the college. Perhaps Reverend Totari will start with you. Just identifying those impacts. What were the impacts for these survivors? As we've seen, but I think there are many survivors who are watching and present today who want to understand that both the school, the boards, and the church appreciate the significance of the impacts they are suffering today.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. I can see that the impact on the survivor went well beyond physical. It incorporated his psychological well-being, his wairua, which had been wounded immeasurably by this, his capacity to do the things that he wanted to do, to achieve his own aspirations. For example, his mother reflected on his ability to hold down a job. We heard how he had been this promising rugby player, and from one day to the next that was taken away. The impacts, as we heard from the video, are lifelong lasting. They continue day after day after day. When this happened to him, I was 21. Now I am a mother of a son near his age. As I reflect on my own son and my aroha for him, I can only feel the courage of this mother to be there for her son every step along the way. And I can only reiterate what I said at the beginning, and which is in diametric opposition to what we heard in the video. The church had responsibility, primary responsibility for those in its care. And that includes this young man or his whānau. And Wesley College had a responsibility as well. And so I now hand it over to Wesley to speak about the impacts.
Yeah, watching that incident and the horrific assault, and there was assault on a young boy. You're right, the principal reflected on the perpetrator, but that the care and attention should have been on the victim. The victim was under Wesley's care. So to me, there was a priority. Yes, so sure, there was a perpetrator in this, but what was there? What was the support to the victim who was here at Wesley College, and what was Wesley College doing to protect the students at Wesley College? And to me, it's wider, because I noticed that the perpetrator who was convicted in court also brought fellow students and rallied it up. But if the culture was that violence is not appropriate, then the ones that rallied should have been helping protect the victim. That's my thoughts and my beliefs.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Dr. Evans, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
It's hugely upsetting watching it as an educator and a parent. And I've read all the statements. I've also been approached at school by other ex-pupils that have had similar experience and sat down with them and talked through their stories. And it causes a sense of shame, to be honest, as the current leader. It's horrific.
And so you identified some of those impacts being beyond physical, psychological. Having read the statements, you would agree that many students talk about being deprived of an education, as that survivor was. And you would have seen a common theme in the survivor statements as well, in them struggling with addictions right at this present day. Is that acknowledged by the church and the school?
It is acknowledged.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, the church acknowledges this.
Reverend Tautari, I'm just coming to a couple of comments in your statement, and it was the last comment there about that survivor being in the care of his mother at the time. And I note your statement, the church acknowledges its role in relation to the care of students at the boarding houses. The church's role has been and is to oversee and provide guidance to the trust board through its connection with the colleges and Methodist schools. So this part, I'm really wanting to talk about the relationship between the church, the trust board, and the college, if we might. Because what I understand the church is saying is that boarding school, is that where you hold, primary responsibility for the students at Wesley College and to the trust board. I'm just trying to understand the relationship so the commissioners can understand as well. Anybody's fine.
See, the Wesley College Trust Board, that is the affiliation to the Methodist Church, owns the land and runs the hostels. During the day, the students attend a crowned entity, which is run by the Wesley College Board of Trustees. So that's where we're talking about the care. Though the Wesley College Trust Board, as a Paerata's board, does have 4 representatives on the Board of Trustees that helps runs the day school. So I think when the church is saying, the boarding school, that's the area of the church that the Wesley College Trust Board has, and the church has the direct influence. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, well, in one example, a house parent's complaint to the Board of Trustees, the Board of Trustees said the issue should be taken to the Trust Board and not to the Board of Trustees.
Right.
So these are the relationships we're trying to understand, because there are a number of documents that talk about complaints being made, but those complaints or people being told, actually, no, you don't come here, you go over there.
That's strange because they are 2 clear, separate legal entities, but our most senior person, our principal, actually works for both entities. So they both have their own complaints procedures, but they pretty much mirror each other. But it depends what it is. So say if it's a complaint about a teaching staff member, they are not employed by the Wesley College Trust Board, they are employed by the Wesley College Board of Trustees. And so if it's a complaint about a hostile staff member, then it is in the realm of the Wesley College Trust Board and not the Wesley College Board of Trustees.
Right, so if something happens to a child during the day, 9 to 3, does the trust board have a say? Anything to do with anything?
The trust board, through its representatives on the board of trustees, it's that realm, but also, as I mentioned, the principal, who is our, I use the term CEO, our head person, is employed by both boards.
Right, so there's no reason why something that happens to a student during the day wouldn't be of interest, or you wouldn't care about it?
That the trust board would care about it and would we be interested in it.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, can I just ask for a point of clarity? Is this working?
Yeah, I think so.
You're on red too.
Oh, am I? I'm challenged as well. Mr. Johnson, so just for a point of clarity, so even though the school trust board that owns the property, even though you have reps that are sitting on the board of trustees, when they're sitting on that board of trustees, are they representing the trust board or are they simply there as trustees?
They are representing the trust board. Okay. They are what is called a proprietor's representative on the board of trustees.
Thank you.
And under the Act, they do have certain powers as well.
Okay. And so that's the link where the board of proprietors or the trust board can speak directly into the board of trustees.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And Reverend Tautari, could you just explain your role as you see it, or the church's role, I should say?
The church's role is because of the word Methodist and the special character of the school, which has as one of its drivers the Methodist ethos. And so we have a moral responsibility in as much as possible to influence how the school is able to effect those right relationships that we purport to believe in as Methodists. We do that by ensuring that there are Methodist membership on the board, and we've talked about taha Māori and tauiwi members. We do that by holding the college accountable to conference, by confirming their appointments to boards. And we do that by owning then the whakamā of abuse before us, and for saying we stand alongside Wesley to effect meaningful change. The church, as a legal entity, does not have a direct power on day-to-day operations. This one we don't have.
But I take it from what you had said before in terms of moral obligations, the Methodist Church actually take a keen interest in what happens to the students during the day.
Very keen, very keen. And so therefore we are engaged fully with Wesley College to look at how we go about bringing about a culture. We talked about reappropriating the term Wesley Way, so that has meaning in its correct form for students there, so that students feel safe and secure, etc.
Could I ask, excuse me, thank you for that. Does that ownership of the influencing the way the school runs, does that go to also owning some of the responsibility for what went on in the past?
Yes, I believe it does. I believe there were windows of opportunity that conference could have intervened and moved in a different direction.
Yes, thank you for that.
Just to follow up on that question, so in cases of historical abuse at the college, they come to the church rather than, so they come to a redress scheme currently offered by the church. Is that correct, rather than by the school?
That's correct, and that came just recently. We had a kōrero and we said we are together We have a redress scheme. We want to align our efforts and energies in this space and to show that this is the Methodist redress scheme.
Kia ora.
Right, because parents who send their children to Wesley are sending them there because they're going to get a Methodist education, or it's a Methodist school, right? A lot of our Pacific community understand that the church would be involved overall, right? Not just for this one part, but across the day as well.
That is correct. You will see, for example, that the chaplain, the role of chaplain at Wesley College, is a connectional appointment. That means it is an appointment that has come about because of, and all our connectional appointments are by a 4+4 process, where we have 4 taha Māori members, 4 tauiwi members coming together and to appoint key positions that we perceive to be important to us as church. One of those is the position of chaplain at Wesley College.
Okay. And you rely on the reports that come from the trust board to conference?
Yes, we do. We do.
And I just wanted to touch on that, and perhaps, Mr. Johnston, this is your area, because we've had a look at the annual conference. Some of them are 700 pages long, but we're zoning in on the information that is reported back to conference by the trust board. And there are a number of documents. What I would like to talk about is, from what we've seen, 1992, it was silent on the issue of any violence. 1993, we're going to bring up just a comment on trial director. Wesley College is not a more violent institution than others, nor is there more casual violence. We do, however, as all institutions, have some violence, which is openly discussed with staff. And in 1998, there is some mention of what's happening at Wesley. And I just wanted to get your comments on that, because it doesn't seem that there was the level of reporting we would want to see in respect of what was actually happening at Wesley College. Can you comment on that?
I can speculate. I wasn't around at the time, but conference should be keeping Wesley to account, and you're right, Wesley College and its reports should be saying what is happening in the current Wesley College environment. The conference receives a report from Wesley, but also some of the senior staff and chairperson of the board are there in person at conference presenting their report, and so the floor is open to conference to be questioned about all sorts of things. But why such a significant thing at that time was left out, I couldn't tell you.
Nothing you want? I thought you were moving towards the microphone. No, that's fine, Reverend Totari, thank you. In 1993, the information shows that the President and Vice President of the Methodist Church attended a trust board meeting to discuss the concerns that had arisen and the bullying and the violence, and that would show, does that happen often, or does that show the seriousness of the issue at the time? Would you agree?
I think it shows the seriousness of the issue at the time. What I have read is, and particularly the Homes program which you showed, did bring attention, and rightly attention, of the church back to Wesley College. And those two key positions, the President and the Vice President, coming to the Wesley College Trust Board, showed the importance and the care of the church.
In the notes, it says that the principal at the time thanked the President for his attendance and stated that in his 5 years of leadership, bullying and violence probably at its lowest. And I would say that that is incorrect. Would you agree with that?
Reading the witness statements, yes, I would.
And that survival we saw, as well as William Wilson, had happened during that period of time as well.
Sekope, did you want to say something about that?
Yes. May I add, as you mentioned before, and I want to go back to it, I know about our parents sending us to Wesley, about my parents sending me to Wesley, first and foremost for our faith, because we come from a Methodist Wesleyan background. But my question would be to ask, with the whaiwhekau or the reverend, this person with so much power and a title brings power. How much do they know how much power and authority they have given from our parents unofficially when they do send us to Wesley? How much of that power do they know and authority they hold over us as students? So it's important, I think, that we educate them, our staff, but it's important that we educate our parents so they know that they're okay in this day and age to come forward. They don't have to feel inferior or lower than anybody to question that authority just because they're not as qualified. And in our Tongan culture, respect, tauhiwā, whakaapa-apa. Whakaapa-apa is respect. You respect that teacher, that reverend, that principal, that staff member, because that is their title, that is their job, that is their role at the school. So I think before, when you raised that, that sort of jumped to my mind, and I just thought I'd share that because it's vital in this movement forward that these people are made aware of.
And you raise a good point, and I'm going to your next door neighbour, Edwin, because it's about, the educating our parents, whether that's through church. We've just heard what Sekope is saying about the importance of doing that, and I just wondered, upon reflection or listening to what he had to say, what are your comments to that?
Thank you, Mrs. Sharkey. I do support the comments from Sekope, that it's imperative to have the voices of the survivors that we have read and mentioned to the parents. As we know, for Pacifica parents, when you invite them to come for parents evening, you hardly get them there, especially if it's an education evening. But then if you have a cultural evening, it's packed. You won't find any seats in the theatre. So it's a movement. Maybe that's the way to inform our parents through that medium, rather than through the church, because they're different denomination, and we don't, from the church point of view, we won't have the capacity to know that it's been informed. Parents have been informed, but it's for my view, it's imperative to make the information be heard and be known to the parents.
Yeah, that's correct. Pacific parents turn out and force to cultural events. They know that space. They've got to strengthen their culture in that space. And perhaps some evenings where they're going to a different forum where they're not comfortable, they don't feel able to speak up. Would that be correct?
That is correct. What Sekope has mentioned, it's the trust, the trust and the respect that the parents bring.
Yes.
From the Pacifica lens, they bring their child to the front gate of the school, and they expect the school to take over their child. They don't have the expertise to be at the other side to look after the child. And that's the high moral trust that the Pacific parents, and then they stand from the background, and they'll never come forward until you tap them to come forward. It's more than what Sekope has mentioned. It's more educating our parents as well, to have the understanding and trust.
But it is important that it comes from the church, because like with the COVID-19 response, it was the church that was sending out that message to our communities, and they responded. Would that be fair? So if you have 200 people in a congregation on a Sunday and you're sharing certain messages, they would listen to the church, to the members of clergy, because of that hierarchy Sekope was talking about. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct, yes. Right. And now we've got the medium of social media. We can do that from the point of the church leaders.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Shaki, can I just comment in this space to Edwin and Sekope? Thank you very much for that, because what you're really highlighting there is a Pasifika worldview. So it's not just a Tongan perspective. You could apply it to Samoans, you could apply it to maybe Cook Islanders and Niueans and others from our Pacific nations, and that the high trust model is something that I think I think Palangi don't always understand that, like the clericalism and the level of clericalism in the church. We heard about this yesterday in the Catholic faith, right? But now in 2022, when we're now in the light, and you see the value of your worldview and your perspective actually being able to influence in a way that it's never been able to be heard before, because in many respects it was invisible because of the cultural, Palangi would say, their cultural barriers. Pasifika, I'm hearing you're saying it's actually just a form of respect. But when Pasifika communities migrated here, it really was because you are the hope for the future. You're the children of the diaspora. We all are. So in what we've heard again and again and again from our survivors is they just don't want this to happen again. So it's a rally call. It's a rally call. And I hear what our current principal said, Dr. Evans, that you find it hard that the school did not know that abuse was happening. We see a documentary like this and it just reaffirms, how could they not have known? And so it's about how do you then using really strong, respected role models like yourselves, how do you then turn the tide so that we know what a healthy Methodist church school community looks like? I guess that's just what I want to put out there, because often, you know, when you talk about socially imagining a new way, how do you then take the strength of your cultures to be able to pull your school community into the light? And I'm thinking of all of your students and their parents that might be watching today, and the message that your presence here actually serves. Yeah.
Sekope?
Thank you very much for clarifying that the Pasifika way. It works for everybody, and knowing that the demographic of our school allows us to wrap our arms around and provide those services and resources. For example, 41% is of Tongan heritage, and so on and so forth. So again, going back to my point of catering for everybody, for a child, and the way we talanoa, or we whakalele, or we tauhiwa, respecting the space in between the bully and the survivor, or the victim. Solution, if we're thinking of how we do it in the Tongan culture, if anything happens within the village or the community, so to speak, the school, that VAR has been broken, so it needs to be mended. And the way you mend that is you bring not just the parents, grandparents hold significance in children's lives, the carers that might be involved, the churches, our uncles and aunties, and deal with it as a community. And you build that VAR And we think about this day and age, you sit two students together with their families, they're going to feel a little bit embarrassed. And you build those connections and those, oh, so you actually work here and there. My neighbour is, for example. So then you're building those connections and you become just one big family, one big community, instead of an institution where we're referring to at the moment. So I thank you for that, for clarifying that about our Pacifica people, and I think we've got to really provide in that space and the platform so that this bullying is stomped out, full stop.
Se kopi, that's very interesting, and it strikes me that which I think Palangi would refer to it almost as a restorative justice process, but you're talking about it in terms of your cultural, but it's bringing whānau community together. It also strikes me that it is an educative process as well, so that as well as the healing of the wā, of the pain and the rest, you're also demonstrating there's another way of resolving conflict. Do you agree with that?
I definitely agree with that, yes.
So such an approach, we talk about the impacts of abuse, there may be even impacts of a healing process that go well beyond the actual event that caused it, but ripples out as well in a positive way.
Yes.
And Sekopi, there's still got to be the protection and the honouring of the one that was hurt,
yes,
the survivor, the victim, and actually their well-being first and foremost needs to be almost the driver of the process. So if they want to engage, all good and well, but if they don't want to engage, then that needs to be honoured too. But I think you're right. It's the perpetrator perhaps being held accountable to their own families of their behaviours, because if you think about the talanoa, o lau tautala, o lau savali, o lau tu, it's how you walk, it's how you talk, it's how you hold your step. That's the stature of the family name that you carry. That's what the disrespect. That's what's been disrespected. You know, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. And in one of the statements, the mother talks about kicking the child out, the bully out, isn't going to resolve anything.
Mm-hmm.
He will then go and carry that on. But dealing to him and the issues that he's facing. A lot of the time, bullies are going through their own trauma. They've got their own. And so, like we said, talanoa ka inga, sitting down for whola the whala, and we're having that discussion as a whole, as a community, will really be a powerful tool in our Pacifica way to try and stomp that out.
And in that situation, you were talking about that mother is saying she wanted to have some kind of coming together in a meeting, and it's not about these survivors. They don't want to shut the school down, but they want this issue resolved once and for all.
Yeah, 100%. I think you listen to that, you read that mother's passion for the school. My parents have the same love and passion for the school, and it's important. And my question would be, and after listening to the trust board and the board of trustees, the separate entities, whatever it might be, the way I see it in the organisations I've been a part of, is if you're not unified at the top, don't expect anything at the bottom to operate. And if you've lost the changing room, so to speak, in rugby terms, then it's very hard to get that respect, that mana, everything back, that whakaapa-apa. So my question is, how, in the terms being used today, how is the alignment, the transparency, the unified, from the church down to the boards, to the principal, to the head of departments. It might be the head of the 4 houses that we have at Wesley College, and then my view would be to empower our older students to be great leaders. Teach them the ropes the right way. Give them responsibilities. Delegate to be great leaders, because we have it in us. We have a history of great, Pacifica people. And this is something that has been buried for a long time, and I feel like we need to really look at ourselves and hold ourselves accountable to all of this that we talk about. Because, again, I say it, there needs to be a line of communication, alignment. Everything needs to travel up and down. Whatever happens at the bottom, you go to your relevant leaders, that travels up the chain, and it's dealt to accordingly. But I feel like my years at Wesley, that wasn't relevant, that wasn't evident. So, that's all I've got to say.
Se kupa, that in Māori terms was a whittle, a challenge to the church and to all the organisations. And I just wonder if you've directed it out, but I just wonder if you're also talking to the people on the panel with you in this talanoa. And I wonder if any of you would like to comment on that, and to maybe reflect where the Methodist Church and all its iterations is at today in terms of that high aspiration that Se kupa has laid out for us.
Yeah, if I may. Yeah, in the past, the two boards haven't been aligned, and that has been acknowledged in the history and the minutes of Wesley College. I witness now very good alignment of both boards. Every year there are scheduled 2 meetings that combine both boards, the Board of Trustees and the Trust Board, so that they can align. As I look out there, the chair of the Board of Trustees is sitting next to the chair of the Trust Board in this forum, and with great interest in what is happening in our school, our college.
And when sorry, Dr. Evans, just quickly, when you talk about not aligned, from the documents we've spent some time trawling through, there was some serious dysfunction at various periods. Would you agree with that?
I very much agree with that.
And it was almost, everyone was so consumed by these issues, and no one was really focused on what was really happening at Wesley College and the level of violence and bullying. Would that be fair?
I agree. They were distracted from what they should have been paying attention to, yes.
Right. Dr. Evans, I'll come to you. You're nodding your head.
Thank you. From my perspective, when I arrived, that's exactly what I saw with the boards. But for me on the ground, it was also staff. So the Trust Board staff, dorm parents, people in the kitchen, and the school staff it was like working with 2 different groups. And it was straight away a little bit alarming, because I thought, we've got some challenges here. We're never going to solve them unless we're a team. So we have worked really hard at bringing everyone together, and been successful with it as well. It was even simple things like inviting all the staff to the same function on the same day, doing some planning with everybody involved. And then that was the surface stuff, but then just getting people, so we've got staff from the school side crossed over into the dorms, sharing data around students, and the growth has been awesome in terms of dorm parents suddenly being engaged with the students' academic progress or their well-being, because we're sharing all this information and just making the place, it should be a gold mine with everyone working together for the students. So I'm happy with how we've started working together over the last few years, but we've still got work to do in that area. But it's just interesting hearing these conversations, because it did remind me of a few years ago, and the staff almost didn't talk to each other. And yet our dorm parents spend more time with the students than we do in the school. So it was crucial to bring it all together and work as a team for the sake of the students, and then also to address some of these problems we're talking about. Everyone's distracted, doing their own thing, not focusing on problem solving.
Right. And that relationship between all these different parts that are so relevant to the students are in the middle, that board dysfunction, that goes back a very long time. Mr. Johnston, would you agree?
It was pre my time.
Yes, yes, that's how far back it goes.
Yes. So, going back pre-1976, there was only one board, so it's also post-integration.
Yep. And in the state institutional response hearing, we discussed error reports. And between 1995 and the early 2000s, there was, well, actually it goes through pattern of dysfunction. Those error reports talk about it. Is there anything you'd like to say about that? We heard the evidence in the state institutional response hearing. I think in particular we're looking at the response of Wesley to some of those error reports. Some of that wasn't accepted.
Sorry, I have read the error reports. I'm just not sure of the questioning.
Okay, so for example, Aero give an unconfirmed report, and it comes to the school, and they have a look, and they're like, no, we don't agree with that. And in fact, we're going to look at initiating some form of court proceedings because we're not happy with what it says. But at this period of time, there were issues of violence and bullying in the school. So I guess my questioning is about why that attitude, why that approach, when the school knew there were significant problems happening at Wesley College?
Sorry, Ms. Sharkey, I don't know why that approach.
Right. Could it be a desire to protect the reputation of the school?
It's possible. I'm speculating that that's a possibility.
Okay. Dr. Evans, in reflection, would you have any thoughts?
No, to be honest, I can't answer it. Why the information wasn't acted on.
And why Aero, who were just doing their job, reporting what they heard, the information that they saw, the people that they spoke to, and they put it into a report. But for some reason, those in management, the boards of Wesley College, weren't happy with that and wanted to dispute it. Were you not aware of any of that at the time, Mr. Johnston?
I've read the board minutes, but I don't. There was, in my period, there was not board discussion on questioning the Education Review Office report.
Right.
Now, I saw in the evidence there was a letter from the chairperson of the board. Yeah. Now, whether they was seeking clarification on what's coming out, my personal beliefs and my part of what I do in my work is auditing of our accounts. And
right. So you're the money man.
Yes. So Education Review Office is like an auditor, and when an auditor picks something up and something that needs improvement, then we take it on and say, right, can we change our processes? And my thoughts is, with a audit from an Education Review Office, it's giving guidance to the management of the school on a process that could be refined. But I don't understand the response in that situation.
Okay. All right. Because we've got March 2002, there was an Aero letter to MOE saying that Wesley College unwilling to accept the findings and have delayed their responses. Board of Trustee minutes from 2008. The advice regarding the unconfirmed Aero report. The board advised Aero they will take High Court proceedings if report published. Board of Trustees in 2010. Unconfirmed Aero report and outlines disagreement of Wesley College regarding the Aero report. And is what you're saying is that one, you're not aware of this, doesn't come up to your space.
I work solely for the proprietors board.
Right.
So if there was discussions in the Board of Trustees, though they're public minutes, I'm not aware of them, sorry.
Right. And so where is the connection there in terms of you hearing what's going down on this end? Is it just some of the trust board who know?
The 4 proprietors representatives on the Board of Trustees do report back to a full board of the Wesley College Trust Board.
Okay.
And I'm not on the board, though I attend board meetings, so I'm the secretary to the board.
Okay. Still seems a little bit disconnected.
Can I ask Dr. Evans, this is probably not the first principalship you've ever had, is that right?
That's correct.
So you've been principal in other schools. Have you ever experienced this phenomenon where a school, presumably it's the board who's not accepting the ERO report? And would that be in the board in conjunction with the principal or the senior staff? How does that work?
I'm happy to say I've never experienced it.
Yeah,
so,
yes. But in a usual situation, the ERO report comes in, it's discussed by the board, by the Board of Trustees.
Yes, it's normally presented to the board and the principal first,
Yes.
a draft, to discuss and suggest any changes you might want to make to it, or things you don't agree with. After that, the ERO may make a few changes, or they may say no, it stands, and you normally just accept it.
And then it's done. So you haven't experienced this challenge or failure to accept in any other schools you've worked in?
No. Pleased to say I've always had good ERO reports.
Well, that's possibly why you never had to have them challenged. Yeah, but it is an unusual phenomenon, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Could I also clarify the ERO report? Did they identify as part of their recommended reforms, identify the split between the two boards and see that as a contributing problem?
I don't recall reading that in the education.
That wasn't an issue. Okay. And could you just clarify for us the reasons for the dysfunction? Just be clear in my mind about the reasons why the boards weren't talking to one another and how it had that kind of silo effect down to the bottom.
What I believe historically, there was a case of a senior staff member at Wesley College that went through the courts, and I believe one board was supporting the senior staff member and the other board was supporting the principal, and I think at that time it caused a division within the college. Again, pre my time, but I started as bursar at Wesley College on the tail end of that proceeding, I think.
Okay, and it seems that this endured for a long time. When you talk about, you keep referring to your time, can you remind me what your time was?
Yeah, I started as bursar in 1996.
Yeah, and this continued, this division from the 90s all the way through to, I think when you started as principal, sir, is that right?
I didn't see too much of a division between the boards then, but I could see a division between the employees of the trust board and the school board.
Okay.
So I never felt any grievance between the actual boards and my dealings, my meetings.
So it might have dissipated a bit by then, the tensions. And can you remind me when you started?
2018.
Thank you.
And so before you, Mr. Johnston, your family have had a long involvement with the school?
That is correct.
Right. And so your father was involved in some way for how long?
My father has been involved with Wesley College for 52 years.
52 years, right. And so I guess as a family you've had a lot to do with Wesley College for a very long time.
That is correct.
Okay. Just on that comment before about the reason for that dysfunction, could it, in looking at the documents, that wasn't just the sole reason, that issue with the other senior staff member. There were other issues with perhaps the principal as well on other matters.
That's possible, yes.
Right. So there were a number of things going on at Wesley College that contributed to the board dysfunction over a very long time.
I believe so.
And Reverend Tautari, does that get fed up through the conference report and the presentation by the Trust Board at conference? When does that information reach you?
That the boards are dysfunctional. From my memory, when I had looked at previous conference reports, I saw no evidence of that being stated.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Reverend Tautari. I'm just about to move on to another topic if you want to take the next break now.
Yes, it's a full. Are we on to redress now? Is it
Yes,
where you're going? Okay,
looking
I think
forward.
yes. So it's a natural break. So let's take our break. My goodness, we're early for once, which highly commended, Ms. Sharkey.
Don't hold your breath.
No, I won't. But we will go and have a break and some refreshments, and we'll come back at 20 past 3. Yes. Cool. Thank you.
Break. The faith-based institutional response public hearing has paused for a break.
His truth Glory,
Thank you. Dr. Evans, I'm just bringing up an apology letter that came out following the Pacific People's hearing. Can you see that, or do you need to zone in on? And you say there that we have promised that Wesley College...
Before you do, just remembering we need to orient the whole room about date and from and to.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
The date is 27 July 2021, and it's from Dr. Evans on behalf of Wesley College. And you're saying to those who are reading this letter, was that to the community? Was that through your school website? It's not specifically addressed to anyone. We did see it on your website. Did it go to anybody else?
No, I think it was published on the school website for our school community.
Right. And that you say that on behalf of the college, and you liaised with the chairperson of the Board of Trustees and issued a public apology.
Yes.
And now you've met with William, and you say it's time for our community to understand that people in New Zealand are calling out anyone responsible for bullying, sexual harassment and other such behaviour. You only need to see or hear media stories where almost every day a school organisation, including religious groups, business or an individual is being named and shamed. In part, some of these behaviours have been around for so long that it seems a very small disruptive group of people forget about the victims and set about challenging the school on how these matters are being handled. When young people see this, it heightens the perception that no matter what wrong you do, if you create a diversion, you might get away with it. Anyone who thinks a tradition that some call the Wesley way of handing out punishment, bullying or harassing fellow students should have a place in our school are wrong. It has no place at Wesley College and is not a tradition to be proud of. I just had to read that into the evidence. So I've got a couple of questions. You say that some of these behaviours have been around for so long, a very small disruptive group of people forget about the victims. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, it was a direct message to some of our whānau that parents advocate for their children, I get that. But in my experiences, which are pretty vast in Pacifica Māori schools, if you have an incident with a student and you call the parents in, they'll generally, cooperate and say, what can we do? How can we fix this? And you can do restorative practices and so on. And my first year or so at Wesley, I found it was quite different, that if a child was in trouble, the parents would challenge left, right and centre rather than face the actual issue. And I felt it was really wrong for the kids who'd been the victim of bullying or whatever the issue was. And I needed the parents to get on board if we want to change our school and keep moving forward. I need the parents. Of course, they can advocate and challenge in the right way, but sometimes it was done in a way that the child's almost sitting there feeling, I'm off the hook. And I felt it was really wrong. And I have noted a big change in the school now with the parents. They're far more, and I am generalising, it wasn't all the parents, but it was something for me personally I'd not come across, where particularly Pacifica Māori parents would, almost challenge the system back and try and question my authority or the evidence, or even if their children admitted doing it, they would try and find a way around the issue. And I think at Wesley that did not help the problem we had, our challenge of getting rid of all the bullying. So that's what it was directed at.
Okay. And so just on these issues that you've identified, some survivors have spoken about them feeling a small group population of Palangi students picked on by other larger ethnic groups and wanting that acknowledged. And would it be fair to say that that is an issue?
Looking at the data, yes, there would be Palangi and Māori students have certainly in my time been the victims. Yes.
Right. And so part of the discussion we're having today about cultural issues is in order to have that solutions focused and try and find a way forward. And part of that is talking about our culture. That would be helpful, I guess.
Absolutely. My feeling is though that no parent sends their son or daughter to school to behave like this. I don't think it's attributable to any culture. I don't believe for 1 minute in Tongan or Samoan culture that this is how their parents. I'm married to a Samoan, so I've got a little bit of experience. And I'm sure it's not something that the parents at home are engaging with or encouraging.
Right. And so then it comes back, and I'm going to talk to Edwin and Sekope here, because it comes back to those values that we're hearing. You're saying that no parent sends their child to school or would, in fact, approve of, some of the bullying and violence we're seeing. So what is it? What is the issue?
May I speak? I think it's the understanding. First and foremost, if we look at our speaking from experience, our Tongan students, our Pacific Island, you're a different person at home and you're a different person in school. And so it's about parents aligning with teachers aligning with students, students aligning with students. And again, I speak about the alignment, the transparency, the understanding, first and foremost, as a parent, the actions of my child, finding out why he's behaving in these ways, why he's inflicting that, whether it be intergenerational, where it's been he was a junior, his senior dealt to him with the Wesley way that we're describing it, and I totally agree with that Wesley way, because that is not the way that I vouch and I stand for. First and foremost, if we look to our motto, Fide Literis Labore, that should be where we hold our values. That should be our true north, where we align to and we come back to in whatever we do, whether it be reviews, whether it be standards in the classrooms. There may be values that are at school that I'm not aware of, but it's on the school charter that it's Fide Literis Labore, by faith, by learning, and by hard work. Those are the three meanings. And for our child to understand our culture, our 4 pillars, to understand the culture that they're walking into, and then they're not then inflicting anything on our Palangi brothers, and understanding where they've come from, the suffering that they've already been through, or whatever it might be, or the other individual, the other child. But that understanding needs to be at the forefront of everything that we do. So I really do think that we go back to our community, we go back to the talking that we do, the talanoa, the sit down, and everybody talks. And everybody is set this, the scene has been set so that we're made comfortable. We're making parents feel comfortable to walk in and to talanoa, and that respect is there. And if you're having these talanoas in these meetings or whatever it might be, these occasions where everyone is talking, then there should be no, you'll agree to disagree at times, but the most important thing is growing the school and putting it in the right direction.
Right. And because if those solutions aren't found, those ways to address these issues, as we heard from William Wilson in his evidence, he grew a deep hatred towards Pacific Islanders because of what abuse he suffered. And so these are the things that we need to look at, right, urgently, and address those issues. Yeah? Would you agree with that, Edwin?
Definitely. There's no place in the school for bullying, and that's the understanding that we have to educate our parents and our whānau to understand once the child is in the kura, the school, they're safe, and not only that, but they inflict no harm to other students.
Okay. So we're just going to now really come into we've seen the apology, right? And it would be fair to say that in terms of redress from Wesley College to survivors, it's something that is fairly recent, right? That's just really been started up, Dr. Evans, would that be right? And now the church have, I guess, said we will be responsible for that. How did that come about? What was that, discussion in terms of the church saying, actually, no, we'll be responsible for the abuse that happened to students at Wesley College?
So the church said, let us do this together. We have a redress scheme, and we know that Wesley, we knew that Wesley did not have a formal mechanism in place, and so we said, let us do this together, and that is what happened.
And Dr. Evans, if I can just come back, in terms of the students at the school, when an issue of bullying or violence occurs, there was one student that we saw, there was a group of Year 11 boys stood down for threatening behaviour. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the situation that I'm talking about or trying to describe. But the student's grandmother complained about the process and lack of support for parents and families of those who were stood down, and the lack of commitment to Māori students despite the church's bicultural commitment. And I just wanted to ask, what does that look like now?
We're making some really good progress in that area. I think sometimes our systems haven't been as good as they should be, and our support and wraparound for victims, but also the students that are perpetrating it. I think one of the big challenges we've talked about at the moment is some cultural appropriation for our Māori students. So over the last few years, they're up to 22% now of our school, right. Yet they're probably a very quiet bunch of students. Academically, they're flying, doing really, really well, way above national averages, but just the last few years, I noticed their leadership roles or their standing in the school wasn't as prominent as it should be. So we're going to do a lot of work around that. We've got a Māori advisory committee set up, and it's got local hapu on it from Ngāti Tamaoho, guiding us and driving it, and what that's going to look like in the next few years, because I think that's a real opportunity for the school to re-engage with our Māori families.
So when we heard evidence from Nicholas Pole for Aero, and I'm not sure whether you were able to watch that, but one of the challenges he identified was exclusions, stand-downs. What does that look like for Wesley College?
Our stand-downs and exclusions have dropped dramatically over the last few years, so I'm not a huge believer in exclusions. It doesn't solve a heck of a lot for students. So we've worked really hard at engaging students, keeping them in school. Sometimes a student, needs to pathway out, then there's ways of doing it with some dignity, good courses, work experience and so on. So the last few years we were getting probably below double figures in terms of stand-down and exclusions. It's not solving anything. It's trying to find ways of making the environment better for the students and getting them to buy in. Like so Kepi's mentioned around, faith, learning, hard work. This is what we're here for, and giving students the tools and opportunities to succeed.
And how does that look in practice? If you've got someone who's perpetrated violence against another student, then what happens?
If it's something it's a one-off, for instance, and that's where restorative practices and getting all the whānau around the table and giving the students some really strict conditions about how they're going to move forward in the school. Unfortunately, like all schools, there is a point if a student just keeps on recommitting the same sort of issue, then it becomes a board issue. But I think from experience, throwing kids out on the street is not necessarily the answer. It's the long hard road is changing them and getting them to be the leaders of the change in our school.
Okay, so if there's an incident in the dorms, the boarding houses, and a student is stood down, do they attend day school where the victim may be attending?
That's a really curly thing that I found extremely challenging when I started. So yes, a student could, assault someone in the evening, but because it was a different set of laws, if you like, they could still legally attend school. And that I felt very uncomfortable with that. So we looked at some different changes around how we could do it, and now it doesn't happen.
What doesn't happen?
Students, we've kind of established some protocols where if it's a violent issue, then they can't come to school either, and we've got the parents to agree into that.
Right. So it's because it is, just thinking about the victim, the survivor, having to see their bully at school during the day would be very, very difficult, I'll say, but much more than that. It would be scary. You wouldn't be safe.
Yes, and like I say, when I started, I hadn't worked with a hostel before, and I was quite shocked that situation could eventuate where the perpetrator could be on site the very next day. So we looked at ways of addressing it and making it clear. It's not necessary if it's another type of issue with the student. They can be sent from the dorms for a few days and still attend school. But if it's around violence or physical assault and so on, then no.
Okay. And so we'd heard a little bit before about staff having the adequate training, trauma-informed, being culturally informed. Staff now, do they have that education? Do they have that training?
I think we're getting there. I don't think it's an end point at all, but we've done an awful lot of work into it.
What training do they have?
We've done training around a ministry program called PB4L, Positive Behaviour for Learning. So rather than just doing it in the school, we included all our dorm parents as well, so they can understand behaviours and managing behaviours. I know they've done some specialist stuff around self-harm and suicide thoughts and so on. A lot of PD even around student learning and ways of learning. We do some really great testing now with our new students, not only their academic but also their emotional wellbeing data, and we can share that with the dormitory parents as well. So it's really useful, powerful stuff about how kids feel about school, how they're feeling. We've done a lot of anti-bullying stuff with the dorm parents in the school, but it is ongoing. You have to keep doing it and keep working at it.
And so when you came into Wesley, you still identified an issue with that culture still being there?
Of bullying?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. And I think there's a comment where you've said it's a culture that seems prevalent at night time, not so much during the day, but that it will take some time to unpack.
Yeah, when I started, the day the school is very calm and learning and results are great. But it was mainly in the evenings around the dormitories where it was almost sort of would change at night time. I would see some students during the day, in the evening they were quite different people to me. So I could see the work that we needed to get into.
Okay. And so we talked about the training and, the skills that you hope your staff will obtain. How connected are we with the community and what Sekope is talking about?
Not that well connected at the moment, although I'm feeling now it's really growing. We set up a parents committee around bullying, specifically around bullying, and we had over 60 parents signed up, which was a really good message in a small school of 380. Some of the parents now come on site and do duty with us. They meet. We have talanoa around what can we do next, what sorts of activities, things can we do to keep on improving the school. And I feel with our Māori parents as well, we're having a hui next term when we get back. So I feel there's some really good connection going on. Interestingly enough, talking about parent-teacher meetings, the old model, we've got a model where we all have a small group of students, about 10 students. So I've got a group of 10 students, and we meet them twice a week for half an hour, and we do our parent meetings like that. So I spend 20 minutes, half an hour with the parent of the child. We get all the information, and it's been a really good way of engaging our parents. We've gone from sort of 20% attendance to 85% attendance, and that's a fantastic way of drawing them in because they seem more comfortable to sit with one person and get all the information about their child.
Okay. Just picking up on something you had said earlier about how you noticed the change at night time. So having a look at the hostels, what do you think it is about that creates that environment that has the children then change from what they were during the day?
I think some really simple things. So we had a lot more active duty from our dorm parents. So rather than just sitting in the dorm and talking to a handful of kids, they're out moving around. So we set up a roster, just moving around the school. So in a vest, so the students can see people. They're not feeling they're out in the dark wandering around. Activities, we introduced an activity evening on a Wednesday night to get all the students, the boys and the girls, the different year levels all mixing and mingling and creating, hopefully some really positive relationships. We've got teaching staff around the dorms and around the prep, which is like the homework centres. And again, I think one of the key things is the sharing of information. So empowering a lot of our dorm parents to feel the role's just bigger than looking after some kids at night time. They're really invested in how their credits are going, how their reading's going. Some of them have been brilliant at poring over all the data we give them and asking questions, and I think that's made a huge difference connecting the school and the dormitory and that idea of the village raising the child now.
Right, but we do have that mother of the student who just this year, her son and another boy were taken somewhere, surrounded by a group of boys. He was told to cover his face, and he was beaten by a large group of boys, whilst they chanted the Wesley Way. And that is this year. So there is still that element, still that culture there at the school. Would you agree?
There's absolutely still a culture there. It's a big challenge.
Okay.
And, referring to the Wesley Way and the brotherhood, it's been hijacked and turned into something it's not. And we now have to take it back and redefine what the Wesley Way is, what a real brother looks like. So, there's lots of programs we're running. We use the term cultural renovation a lot. So rather than change, because the students probably don't want to hear about you're changing our school, it's like, no, I want to take all the good things. We keep all the good, but there's some things we have to improve in our college. And I will talk to them probably every week without fail about it, and they don't like it. But it needs to be driven and driven and driven, and we have a lot of really wonderful students. But there's work to be done for sure.
Right, because this mother's experience in, I guess, redress, or what she was hoping to see in response from the school, was not adequate, was it?
Hmm.
And in what ways do you think it could have been done better? I'm aware that she is listening by live stream.
I think we need to communicate better and maybe investigate and dig deeper into what she's looking for. I welcome any of the parents to come and see me if they're not happy with what's happened in different areas. My door's open. And I want parents to talk to me because that's how we can improve things, if we get the information. We're not perfect, and we want to be as good as we can be for everybody. It's if one child is still getting bullied, we still have a challenge.
And this was serious. You can call it bullying, but it's more than that. It was serious physical violence by students against her son and another boy. And she was wanting to hear from the school, but that level of communication wasn't there. And in fact, when the school first contacted her, it didn't really sound that serious, similar to what we saw on that clip. The information from the school to her first off didn't really highlight the seriousness of what had happened to her son. Would that be fair to say? It wasn't you, Dr. Evans, who of course dealt with that situation. We can see that from the statement. But
yeah, it is me though.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's disappointing, and we need to be better, and I want my teams to be better. I believe we've improved a lot, and we're getting better all the time. But yep, as I've said, there's still work to be done.
Right. And one of the things that she points out is a desire for the school to work with the Pacific community. She thinks that that is what needs to happen, and that's what's missing. And would you agree with that?
I do. But like I say, we've got parents on board now, and we're talking to them about, what does it look like to actually do that? And it's something we can develop moving forward.
Right. Because with a predominantly Pacific population, at that age and that generation, from what we've seen with social media, etc., it's role models similar to Sekope that they will actually really listen to. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. There's a gap in our school community at the moment with our past pupils, to be honest.
Right.
And listening to Sekope, I can't wait for him to come into school and start this work, because that's who we need.
Yeah.
Particularly with the young men. I talk to some of them every single day, and clearly the message does not get through. But I think if some of their recent younger role models who they've seen out succeeding in life tells the message, then we will get progress faster than we probably are at the moment.
Right. Okay. I just had a question about the state of the dorms. I'm aware that, I think, was it the school, something was sold? Nothing was sold. Something was bought? I'm just looking at you, Mr. Johnston, with you're nodding and shaking your head.
The farmland that was owned by the school was sold into a charitable company, which Wesley College Trust Board did own half of it, and now owns 44% of it.
Right.
And it's been developed into a residential town.
Okay.
But the school itself exists on the same site, is still owned by the Wesley College Trust Board.
Okay. And is there an intention to move, or what's the story? Because I think there was a review that you had commissioned, Dr. Evans, I think, and it was by the previous headmaster of another school, and comments that came through that report said the state of the hostels are disgusting. So if kids are going to be in that environment, it needs to be, well kept, somewhere where they would want to live. Can I just ask for you to comment on what's the state of play at the moment?
Yeah, we have two newer hostels, Taina and Maya, and they are nice hostels. The older hostels, which are Denton Hall, Koei Hall and Harding Hall, are older hostels. What the previous principal was instrumental is taking down the number of students in some of these hostels. Like I think at one of the Denton Hall hostels, I think they had up to 15 students in this spot, and I think they're down to 12 or smaller. But the idea is with the profits of the development of the Wesley College farm coming back to Wesley as a full rebuild of Wesley College. Now, there was two decisions whether to utilise the current Wesley College site or start greenfield, and there was a desire for the board there to set up new and fully redesign the Wesley College on a new site. That is not happening anymore. We're now looking at our current site, but expanding the site to the south to rebuild where we are.
Right. Is there anything you wanted to say? Sorry, I'm just assuming because you're looking at me.
No, I'm just interested to know what's actually happening. It's great.
Right, and that's because the old boys want to know what's happening with the school, the plans in respect of whether they're moving or they're staying where they are.
Yeah, I think that's a question that's asked a lot in the forums that they have the ex-students talk about is what's actually happening, and there's all these stories, but to hear it firsthand is pretty cool. And but in saying that, I think with the old boys, and we speak about the Mr. Faulkner's gone now, but the Old Boys Association can definitely have an impact and influence in terms of more of a hands-on approach if we're looking to support again our victims, our survivors, rather than sitting behind a desk or punching something through online. Actually, come through the right channels and let's have a talanoa and talk about this and grow the school. And in terms of the dormitories, I definitely think that I left almost 20 years ago and it's still the same, and I believe that should be changed massively. I mean, that's,
Okay.
Sharky, could I just ask a question here? Thank you for your responses earlier, Dr. Evans, around what's currently happening in the culture that's still in the school. But I'd just like to understand where the school and the church board and the community are at, because I think when survivors hear, and Ms. Sharkey alluded, we talk about bullying and violence and quite extremes, but if we use another Palangi phrase, it actually equals an assault. Very, very bad, ugly, violent assaults. And in the context of this land, there's legislation that applies if you cross a particular threshold in terms of charges. And I'd really just like to kind of understand, and I know your students may well be listening, around the tolerance levels of the school around that stuff, because I think everyone in this room is a parent or an uncle or an aunt or a sister or a brother. And so I'd just like to understand that if you're able to give a reflection or a thought around the tolerance levels today in 2022 around that issue.
The phrase zero tolerance is what we use for violence. However, people sometimes think that's an automatic exclusion, but it's not. Zero tolerance to me means we do not tolerate that type of behaviour, and then the actions or the consequences we take will be in line with, the students' behaviours beforehand, what they've also done on their record, how they're tracking. The response of the family is really important as well. If we can get them around the table and use restorative practices. So it's kind of measuring each event as it happens and hopefully not measuring too many of them anymore. But it is still happening, yes.
But it wouldn't stop a young person who'd been bullied or assaulted actually taking that next step to the police if they so wanted to.
Absolutely, and at times we've encouraged parents, if that's the road you want to go down, then please do so. It's very rare. Most parents are are reasonable about wanting to resolve issues. It's quite a change at the college in the last year or so. Some parents have come in with their son, the perpetrator, and said, that's it, and they just remove them before we do anything, because I think the messaging's getting clearer and clearer that we don't tolerate it. But yeah, if they want to use the police, then that's absolutely.
And is it a line that the school might go down to send a clear message to the students around the zero tolerance of violence in the school?
Yes, absolutely. I've suggested it at times that we will get the police involved.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, sir, I just wonder whether you had the opportunity. A few weeks back now, we had the state accountability hearing, and we had the chief executive of ERO come in and give evidence, and I thought it was really enlightening. He talked about one of the reports which focused squarely on bullying, which had a number of, I don't know if you had an opportunity to read that, but talk about different methods for addressing a culture of bullying within the school. But he said even when they are applied to the letter, bullying continues. And he said, his words were, I think, we need a national conversation on bullying. So it's a real problem that's deeply embedded in our culture. So I just wanted to mention that. It might be worth. We have the clips of evidence on our and I think also the transcripts on our website. Yeah.
I mean, what we're trying to attempt to do, as I said a few years ago with staff, was we need something game changing. We need something that gets us into the national media for all the good reasons that we've done this spectacular program or set up this amazing resource in our school, and that's what we're trying to work on. So we're working on a lot of student leadership initiatives. Would be one of the few schools in the country that's got a student coaching student set up. So the older students being trained to be coaches and then picking up a junior. So we're trying to break down all these barriers. So it's a bigger version of peer mentoring and more powerful. Training a lot of students in different areas of leadership, and not just picking the leaders, picking a lot of students that possibly aren't the leaders, but they're leading other things, and trying to pull them over onto our team and try and break the sort of cycle that some of the kids have got themselves into with the, it's tradition, this is how it's done here, and trying to eradicate those conversations. But I've got to give them, I need to replace that with something, and it's got to be big and something really engaging for the students, because talking just don't bully, invariably does not work that well after a while. It does for students in the low-hanging fruit, as they say. They pick up those messages, but for some of our kids who are hearing this from past pupils and feeling, one student described it, he said, it's not a tradition, sir, it's a curse. What's happened at our school over 30, 40 years. And I think that's a really apt description, is they feel almost a burden of this to continue it. And they need to understand, and hopefully the past pupils can come in and correct them and say, well, actually, no, it's not a tradition. It doesn't belong in a Christian school. So it's trying to be really bold in our thinking and not just we have anti-bullying programs for sure, but we're going bigger, going much wider than that, and it's an opportunity, I think, for the school. Really exciting opportunity. Our one of the key things for me for Pacifica and Māori is academic achievement. So, if kids are getting UE in level 3, their minds are not so focused on that other stuff. And so our results, my teaching staff have been outstanding. Like, we're right up there now, way beyond, we're up with the top schools in New Zealand, and we keep driving that as part of the change as well.
Right. Nothing further? Okay, thank you.
Carry on.
Just a question on the... we were looking in the information. We couldn't see any information, information about disability numbers for students at Wesley. Are there disabled students at Wesley College?
Define disability, sorry. In terms of physical disability or?
Well, Dr. Evans, yes, physical, but also special needs.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it encompasses a wide definition, but generally understood, you know, are there children with disabilities at Wesley College?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And probably academically high numbers.
Right, okay. And just wondering why we weren't able to see that information. Is it collected?
Absolutely, yes. We've got a really strong learning department, support learning department, so I'm happy to share that.
Right, okay. And so in terms of disabled peoples who are in the hostels, is that there are students, current students?
Yes.
Okay. And accessibility-wise, have everything on form, everything provided for these students from a trust board, I guess, property perspective?
That's a good question. I would say there's some work to do there with accessibility and things like that.
And what work is that? Because it was information that we noted was absent. What work needs to be done?
Parts of, probably most of the school would be fit for purpose, but there would be older parts that aren't.
And that would require what in terms of accessibility for disabled students?
Wheelchair ramps, things like that.
Okay. And from the Trust Board's perspective, what is your response to that?
The Trust Board is more than happy to resource that if it is requested. I know the newer dorms have the lifts in place for accessibility. I know the renovations to the main office has got a ramp. If the request does come for additional disability resources,
right.
that financial resources there for it.
Right. So I think you're about to get a request for more. Right. Okay. Okay. Is referrals for learning support or to learning support for, is that from Ministry of Education?
Some will come from the ministry. We have our own internal system where if we're working with a student and you noticed perhaps lack of reading or they're not progressing, then you can refer them to our learning support staff.
Okay. What level of support does the Ministry of Education give you? Oh, okay.
Do you mean to cater to the needs of these children, perhaps with neurodiversity, neurodiverse FSAD?
I think it's pretty good, to be fair now. Certainly the last few years with COVID going on, we've had access to some really good pools of funding which have been hugely useful to it's more staff, basically more to teaching staff, some programs we've been able to run for students, so it's pretty good. Obviously you always want more.
Right, okay. And just before we really get into redress, we had Nicholas Pole, ERO, had a number of recommendations. I'm not sure whether you were able to see that we've got, sorry Rachel, can we go to 11.11?
Just give us the date. This is an ERO report of what date?
Yes. It is the NTP response to, we're looking at the date. Have we got the date?
It's the date of the recommendations that we need.
Yes.
If that's possible.
27th of June, 2021.
Okay, so last year.
Right. Can you see that, Dr. Evans?
Yes.
Right. So they've noted that the Royal Commission should consider the following possible recommendations. I just want you to go through that. Are there any there that you would certainly agree with? Mandatory requirement to report incidents, disclosure and suspicion of child abuse is a big one.
Yes, and we would have policies in place for that.
Yes, okay. And the development of National Child Protection Policy Guidelines?
Yeah, with policies for that.
Yep. And establishing a national registration requirement and code of practice for all school employees?
Oh, definitely.
Yep. Supported that, or you've got policies in place?
We'll have a register set up.
Right. Okay. Now we don't need to worry about D. Establishment of an independent complaints and advocacy service for parents and learners.
I don't think it would be independent.
Okay.
We've got a complaints process.
Would you support the establishment of an independent complaints and advocacy service?
Yes, I would.
Okay. And the last one is enhancing the system by obligating agencies to share information.
Yeah, that would largely be taking place already.
Okay. And in the information you refer to a Stymie app. What is that?
So Stymie's an app. Again, it's a measure to encourage students to speak up about what they're seeing, so they can confidentially go on their phone, send a message. It only goes to a couple of people, the counsellor, I think my DP, and maybe a dean, so they can send a message if they've seen students bullying. They can send it anonymously as a tip-off. They can send information even if they're concerned about a student's well-being, so, self-harm and so on, and then they can refer themselves on it as well if they are not feeling particularly well at the time.
And when did you bring that in?
We brought that in this year.
Okay. And what has the response been?
It's been good. It's students have been using it. We were a little concerned they might use it a bit randomly to start with for a bit of fun, but they haven't. They've taken it seriously, and we've picked up some really good information from it.
Okay. And do you know if many schools are using that app?
There's a few around New Zealand using it. I believe it's an Australian company.
Mm-hmm.
And
just a few, or many schools using the app?
I don't know exactly.
Right, okay. Is it something that you think should be done by other schools?
A lot of schools will have, not necessarily an app, but will have ways of communicating confidentially, like a box somewhere where you can drop it in. I like the app because I think that's what students these days, on their phones are probably really comfortable with.
Well, given the use of iPhones or technology by students, it would be quite easy and efficient way for them to communicate that or to disclose what's happening to them, as opposed to taking a piece of paper and putting it in a box in case someone sees them, for example, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So personally, I think it's a great idea, and it's worked well for us so far.
Okay. Just up on the screen there, you've got the last two recommendations from Nicholas Poland. It's really just G that we're looking at. The evaluation of bullying and prevention and response policies, programs and procedures. And this is where he was talking about a national conversation. So you would agree with that?
Absolutely. And that is definitely a challenge for us with the culture of not speaking, not telling on your brother and so on. It's something we're working really hard on with students to open up. So, but part of the challenge sometimes is we can't get the information to stop things happening. So something.
It's known as the no narking culture.
Yeah.
Does it still?
The students won't speak.
And it's a hard one to break, isn't it?
Very hard. So I guess that's why the programs we're running around leadership and self-enhancement and so on, and making kids confident to be able to talk about it. We've just started also exit interviews with students, any student that leaves. Mm-hmm. So trying to, if they're more comfortable because they're leaving, if we can get some information from them or even their parents, and we sort of nominate a person we think the student would talk to do the interview.
Right. And that culture of silence, you would have seen the backlash, all the social media comments when William Wilson spoke out. That contributes to that culture of silence, right?
Yes, it does, and it does not help us trying to solve this challenge.
Right.
It's just disgusting to read, but just so disappointing. Because these people at my school are young people. And, you know, they're easily influenced. And if they see adults behaving like that, for them, you know, it's almost vindicating, like, what's wrong? So, yeah, I would like to close down every one of those Facebook pages if I could.
Right. And you would have seen the social media response as well, Edwin and Sekope. And we had asked before about a message to the community about that kind of messaging. You weren't on the earlier panel, Sekope, but what would your message to the community be about that?
I think firstly, if we refer back to the abuse and everything that did happen at the school, everyone experienced it at different levels, and everyone took it or saw it in different ways. Everyone receives information and these things differently. So to one that's commenting, stating whatever he did, he may not have, the way he felt towards it was okay, it didn't happen to him, or that's okay, you know, like, so everybody experienced it in different ways and then digested and took it in different ways. And all I could say and all I would say is we need to stand together, and we need to, the evidence is there, our survivors are here, and we need to stand together. If we're being honest about our values at our school, if we're being honest that faith is our massive pillar that stands above everything. And it was partly the reason why a lot of us went there. So we need to wrap our arms around each other, stand together, come together, and yeah, I mean, much respect to you, William, and the work that you've done. That's bravery. That's it takes courage and massive courage to come out and speak. Your voice is heard, and this inquiry is because of those voices, and I appreciate that. And so, if we can have that talanoa, we come together, we embrace each other, we're active in our school. We say we're the Wesley way. We say we love the school, but we need to be more active if we want change, and if we want this school to move in the 21st century in that direction and be up to where we are. And
so, Kopi, you talked about we all experience this at school.
Yes.
You're a leader.
Yes.
You were a school leader back in the day. You're 1.88 rugby captain, international experience. What was your experience back in the day? What did you see yourself? What did you experience yourself? And what would you expect of young leaders in the school these days? What role could they play? What should they be doing? Those who are at school these days.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess if I may share about an experience, psychological bullying that I experienced at my time at Wesley. As a young 13-year-old, taken by my parents. My father went to Toloa, which is the equivalent of Wesley College in Tonga. And so that tradition was to take us there. And as a 13-year-old going there, excited about what that school needed to offer me and the great things that you saw and you heard. And if I'm being honest and brutally honest about my first year at Wesley College, it was grueling at times. And to put it in perspective, everyone would go to bed at night, 8:30, lights out. A chip packet would rattle, or someone would whisper. And the dorm prefect at the time would call out my name. Sekope, get to the middle. And at the time, you sort of roll with it. You go with that. But then it happened night after night. The night watchman would come in, and he would then ask me, what are you doing? What are you doing now that you're in the middle? You're here parading by yourself. And I couldn't say anything. And so, obviously that went on. Sundays was the biggest dread for me coming back. And it was only recently that I shared with my mother and my parents about this Leave Youth, because I didn't look forward to that. And that over the years, you know, you grow through and you come through, you know, your time sort of gets easier. But that vision of me standing there by myself and not knowing why me? Why did he do this to me? Like, and I still question it. I guess I'll never know, but I do feel the pain to some certain extent, and I just don't want that to happen to anybody. And I see my sons now that are 10 and 9. No way would I ever want them to go through that experience as a 13-year-old. Who knows what, you know, like, and that's why I am so passionate about this, because I have boys, I have children, I have a daughter, and I want them to never experience any of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody stand up for you, Sekope? Did anybody feel able to, of your peers or slightly older boys, to say, hey, it's wrong, stop doing it to him? And if not, why not, do you think?
I don't believe so. No one, and to put it in more perspective, paint the picture a bit more, my older brother was a prefect in the flat above, and my mother had just told him the other night that this whole talanoa that I'm about to take part in, and I never told him. The code of silence, and I never knew. It just happened. I just never told him. I never told my parents, and I never said anything to anybody. But those, I feel their effects, and they affect me up till now. That I still, you know, I've played rugby for a long time now, and I'm still hobbling along. But I deal with it, and I'm trying, you know, and I can only imagine. You know, that is a rice grain compared to the severity of what our survivors have gone through. And I thought I'd share that, and yeah.
Well, we acknowledge that, and we salute you for your bravery in coming forward in such a public environment to share that deeply personal and moving account. And, well, it speaks volumes for your bravery, but I'm sure it also adds comfort to many of the other men, young men, who are sitting silent wondering what they might do. And so many thanks for what you've just shared with us.
Mala.
Thank you, Sekope. Okay, now we are getting into redress. And Reverend Tautari, I'll direct some of these questions to you. And we're having both a looking back and looking forward discussion, because looking back at the church's redress process, which is fairly new, so just how it was dealt with before, the process was to hold investigation whilst a police investigation was underway.
Yes, that's correct.
And the result of that were significant delays for survivors.
Yes.
In some situations, survivors had no choice but to take the matter to court to have it dealt with.
That's correct.
So the process was overly legalistic, right? It was a lot for a survivor to then have to go and get a lawyer and then go through that process of filing in the High Court.
I agree.
And you acknowledged that it would have created further trauma, them having to share their story again and again with different people just to get the redress that they were after.
Yes, I acknowledge that.
And in some cases, and we're talking about MG, who was in the Cooper legal statement. In some cases, survivors just gave up.
Yes.
And so my question was, we're going to look at parts of MG's experience. But what would you say to MG or survivors that are watching who were put off by that process of being told, nope, we're not dealing with it until you go through the police?
That is neither redress nor resolution. That is the church acting contrary to what it believes. That does not offer any pathway to wholeness and healing, and that it should not have happened in that way.
And so when that was the Methodist mission in MG's situation that was dealing with it, but that wouldn't happen now. Would it be the Methodist Church that deals with it?
The Methodist Church would deal with it.
And so what Cooper Legal, if you can look at paragraph 109, Cooper Legal had pointed out that they had worked through issues with other churches and they were happy to do so with the Methodist mission. So what they were saying is police investigations didn't hold us up in these situations. It shouldn't hold you up. But despite that knowledge, the Methodist mission response was, nope, we're not doing it.
Yes, that's correct.
And so what is the process now?
The process now is that no potential police investigation holds up any claim.
Okay. And there was a document in the bundle, and even the insurers were a little bit confused. And the insurers say, you can deal with this claim. You don't have to wait for the police investigation. What were your thoughts when you read that?
My thoughts were that the church should then have dealt with the claim.
Right. But the response was, the rationale given was that the church has followed this course of action for two reasons. One, if it endeavoured to reach some settlement with a complainant before such investigations were carried out, it could be responding to claims that were incorrect, poorly formed or malicious. And two, if it did carry out its own investigations in advance of any police investigation, it could be accused of preventing a proper criminal investigation or more seriously looking to prevent such an investigation from happening. So what are your thoughts about that? That's not correct?
That's not correct.
So where does the shift come in? Is it leadership? Is it your leadership coming into the church and saying, no, this isn't how we're going to approach this anymore? What changes? Because it is a big change from this situation, which isn't that historic.
No, if we could just have the date of that last response. Is it 2015?
Yes.
Yeah.
It certainly didn't come about because of my leadership. The church shifted in its understanding of how it wanted to approach redress. It also came about because of knowing that the work, this is dated 2015. Our redress scheme came in 2018. And it really reflects a change in the thinking of those key leaders who were driving the claims at the time and the need for redress. the culmination of which came with our redress scheme in 2018. I think also understanding that the work of the Commission was on the horizon at the time would have been quite a major factor in encouraging the church to move accordingly. The church also was was learning more about how to respond to claims of abuse, and to move away from an overly legalistic approach to one that actually was more reflective of what we believed in, and therefore were to develop into a scheme.
Right. So you do say in your statement, in hindsight, it was a significant error that a formal process took so long to develop. Until 2018, claims were processed exclusively by the church without course to external expertise and best practice. And Reverend Tautari, would you agree that it was more than an error? For some survivors, it's a failure to act.
Yes, exactly.
And then just looking at the amounts of payments that were given by the church. And would you agree that in the past they have been low? I'm looking at MA. We can bring it up if MA and MJ are the two that I'm really...
It's okay, they were all low in the past.
Yes.
So yes.
Okay, so that is acknowledged.
Before we go any further, and I don't know if you're going to tell me if you're going to go into this, but I'd just like to know what the scope of the redress scheme is. What does it cover, and for what periods of time?
Yes, we can do that right now.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
And also, when we say low, just to give us an estimate of what the mean amount was. Yeah.
Once we get to the numbers, yeah. So what? When you opened the redress scheme, who was it for? Who were you inviting to come forward to the redress scheme? Not you personally, but who was the church inviting?
We were inviting all those people who had suffered abuse while in the care of the church, and in particular, children's homes, and people who had already, who had also experienced historic abuse within churches. And we followed largely the guidelines that were given by the Commission in interpreting that. Right. Where we were a little different from the Commission in that we didn't hold to the 1999 cut-off date.
So does that continue through to contemporary claims?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, so in the context of schools for contemporary, but also with the Wellington community action with its foster care delivery service.
Yes, and just by the way, we found the numbers. There are 5 children in care, 3 Māori, 1 Pacifica and 1 Pākehā.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And before we give you back to Ms. Sharkey, did the church at any time in relation to claims of abuse in schools ever say, well, we won't be dealing with that because that's a matter for the school board, because that's a government entity or it's an independent entity? Or did you always say everything would be within the redress scheme?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what the initial thinking of the church had been in terms of including.
Right. So I'll just frame it more. Do you know if there were any restrictions on the type of claims that redress scheme was going to hear, provided it was abuse and it was within the Methodist setting?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Thank you. I'll leave it to you now, Mrs. Sharkey.
Thank you. So when we're talking about low, as Commissioner Edwards was talking about before, MA, for example, the first offer was 5,000, and then it was increased to 7.5, plus reimbursement for legal aid. And there is another. Well, actually, for MJ, the claim was settled for 15,000, but it was reviewed after that. So if we look at the first one, let's just focus on low settlements. Was that about the average, 5 to 7.5, from what you know?
From what I know, yes.
And your view, because we've seen some settlements recently reviewed, is that was far below what should have been paid.
Yes.
And so for MJ, it was increased.
Yes.
By $60,000.
Yes.
On what grounds does the Methodist Church review past settlements? So how did MJ's situation come about?
It came about because I was contacted by Cooper Legal, and I was asked if I would be prepared to review the case, and I said yes.
Okay. And there's been another survivor whose claim was settled for 18,000 plus contribution to legal aid, and has been told that a review of that settlement will also take place in light of the Methodist Church's new approach. So this is MB.
And we have recently concluded that.
Right, okay.
And have reviewed it. And then I said to Cooper Legal, if you have anything else that you require to be reviewed, we are open to that.
Right, so in MA's situation, that case could potentially be reviewed?
Yes.
And what would you say to survivors who had dealt with the church before it introduced its new redress process and the increased amounts, who feel that the contribution was inadequate, or that the redress amount was inadequate, I should say?
I would agree with them, and I would say come back to us. We have shifted in our position.
And then just turning to apologies, the redress report that was released by the inquiry, have you been able to have a look at that?
Yes.
Okay. Because one section in that report talks about apologies and apology letters, and we had a case study that talked about what survivors could deem to be inadequate apologies. And I just wanted to ask Reverend Tautari for you to reflect on this. Can you see that?
Sorry, my glasses aren't so good.
Well, mine are, and I can't see it very well either. So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if we could...
Can we highlight the relevant portions?
Yes.
Ah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you so much.
And it's really what I'm wanting to look at here is the language, Reverend Tautari, because you say you have told us that you believe.
Yes.
That your adoption has had a negative effect on your life. And then it says, yes, your complaint to us is new ground. But then there are comments in there about the advice received and that they played a limited role. And I just, you can read that letter, Reverend Tautari, I'll give you some time.
Yes, thank you.
Apart from the initial introduction, the church would have had a limited role to play. So it's the information that's said in there. Would you agree that it lacks a personal, meaningful apology?
Yes, I would agree that.
And putting it on the survivor about what you told us you believe.
Yes.
So in reflection, what would change between, this is 2020, to now?
Yes.
What would change in terms of, survivors being told what legal advice you had? We heard in the redress report was actually quite harmful to them. and quite traumatic. What learnings do you take from a letter like this?
The learnings I take is that for an apology to be meaningful, it must acknowledge what the church did in letting people down. It must identify and specify exactly why that was. It must thank survivors for coming forward and sharing their story, their experiences, and shedding a light on the truth.
Right.
That the church accepts that unequivocally and offers its apology.
Right. Because then when looking at that next page, Reverend Totari, it's we are advised that due to the limited part played by the church, etc., etc. The Methodist Church does not have any potential legal liability. So it's that legal terminology that for survivors is quite harmful. Being told, it's almost like a sorry, not sorry. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with that. You know, just to share in the spirit of Talanoa, when I began, so in November it will be 2 years since I began this position. When I began and inherited the redress scheme, I just took everything that was given. And I was sending out, not an apology like this, but it was something that was pretty standard. It wasn't until I undertook specific training in trauma-informed approaches to pastoral care that I was able to reflect more and learn more, having not been naturally in this space before. And I believe that is where we are shifting. I myself have learned, and the church will continue to learn as we move in this space.
Right. And talking about that, the learnings that you're taking from what we're hearing in the inquiry, in order for a survivor to make a claim, is it that they go onto the website and what happens from there? Just trying to understand the mechanics of that.
So if a survivor is making a claim themselves and not going through a lawyer, they can access the information on our website. What usually happens is that they will reach out to us and say, look, we have, actually they usually say, we want to see our file. Right. We want to see our records. And so that's what we do, we share the record. When the intention is stated we want to make a claim, we offer them the possibility of accompaniment through an independent coordinator who is not from the church and who works in the space of trauma and of counselling, and who works alongside them to help them clearly articulate in the way they want to their experiences as part of a claim to the church. And that may come as a half-page, one-page, two-page document. There's no template for it, although there are key questions that help to direct what is being asked for. The claim then comes into the Office of the General Secretary, who then convenes a meeting of the review panel of 3 people usually, and they then consider the claim and the accompanying documentation. They then make recommendations to the church about redress, and it's at that point that we then contact the claimant, the survivor, with the proposed redress from the church. That is how it stands now on the website, but doesn't include a couple of key changes that I've made and will, affirm or have them approved, not approved, but get them affirmed by conference in November.
Key changes?
Yes.
Those are
that everyone who comes is met kanohi ki te kanohi by myself and or the president of the church. So that means, practically speaking, in the last 6 months, I've met with 11 survivors, going to where they are, where they want to meet, and saying to them, we thank you for coming forward. We honour you coming to us and the bravery that it took for that to happen. We commit ourselves to be on a journey with you along this pathway to resolution and redress. And we felt it necessary to show our face to you so that you can see that we hold ourselves accountable, not only to the process of resolution and redress, but also to the relationship that then infers.
And if a survivor isn't feeling like they can meet with you face to face, how does that doesn't impact or lessen the quality of their claim?
Not by any means, not by any means. I would say, though, that not one survivor has said, I do not want to meet face to face.
Well, if I was hoping to get something out of a redress claim, I would probably come and meet you too. It's not that there would be barriers for some survivors, right, in being able to come and bring their whole self into that space when we had this discussion about hierarchy and being re-traumatised and meeting with the head of the church. Those are issues that are very real to survivors.
Very real. And so we often preface the meeting with an understanding that we are not here to go through the detail or to interrogate the detail of what has happened. We are here to listen. And we are here to show our personal accountability. And because, this is tikanga Māori, kanohi ki te kanohi. Therefore, the inferred relationship that comes out of that is one that needs to be sincere and honest and real.
And so this applies also to survivors of abuse at Wesley College.
Yes, it does. It also applies to survivors of abuse who are overseas. For example, I've met with 3 people by Zoom who are residing in Australia.
Right.
And so there's no barrier other than that which may be required. I mean, if a survivor feels uncomfortable to meet, they're not in that space. We are happy with that. There's no problem.
Right. So they would lead that process and what it looks like.
Very much so.
In terms of Wesley College, a number of survivors are concerned that this is it. This is the last kind of look at what's happened to Wesley College, and you'll see in some of the statements, some of them have asked for an independent investigation, and I just wanted to ask what the response was to that.
I've met with 3 survivors from Wesley, and their statements are here. I have one more to meet with in the coming weeks, and I'm sure many more will come in. I'd like to say also that I don't meet alone with Wesley College survivors. I always have a senior member of Trust Board with me from the college. It is very important that we are together. The person I've visited our last 2 survivors with is here in this room. And so to your question of a separate mechanism?
Something that continues to look at what has happened at Wesley College in the past very long time, the decades before. I think what survivors are saying is this is not it. This is not it. This can't be the last call for survivors to come forward, that the church and Wesley College continue to look and understand at what has happened in the past and, as we were talking about before, lift that darkness, that dark cloud in the history of Wesley College so that it's not forgotten and it's truly unravelled, unveiled. Because we're here, but we're not here for a long time. So the momentum, I guess, concern for survivors is that momentum will stall.
And I think that's a very real concern. We have seen commissions come and go in the past in Aotearoa, and momentum is gained and lost. But for us here, the reality is that we recognise that there's nowhere else to go but towards wholeness and healing. And whatever comes after this, we have put ourselves on a journey. I mean, listening to Dr. Evans, such a passionate commitment to change, bringing in practical examples that make sense for the context of Wesley. It is not to be underestimated. The challenge for the church remains to ensure its own leadership takes a key role in that. Commissioner Erueti referred to one of the witnesses' desire to have a national conversation around bullying. I agree completely. We should have a national conversation around abuse. We should have a national conversation that understands that abuse doesn't happen out of a vacuum, that it comes by the language we use, by our understanding of toxic masculinity, what it means to have LGBTQ people feeling safe and secure in communities and in the church. And we need a faith that when we use words like love, we understand theologically and biblically what that means, where that will take us. It takes us out of our own comfort zones, our own cultural comfort zones, what we were taught as we grew up was acceptable or unacceptable, who was in, who was out, who was included, who was excluded. And unless the intersection between colonialism and gender and racism is understood and finds a translation in what we teach in schools and how we teach it and the language we use to teach it in, I guess what I'm saying is that this is a collective effort. And when the commission goes, collectively we will need to carry it on. And the church has a significant part to play, especially and particularly with regards to Wesley College.
Thank you, Reverend Totari. And just to confirm from our discussion before, it wouldn't just be claims from Wesley College students who experienced abuse after hours in the hostels. It's throughout.
Yes, you are correct.
Thank you. Mr. Johnston, there was one survivor's experience that was mentioned in the bundle, and they had reached out directly, or Dr. Evans or Mr. Johnston, and you'll be able to answer this. And he contacted you directly, and there was a discussion or a meeting with him, and he was reimbursed the school fees, I think, that his parent had paid for him. Was he told about the redress process through the church?
My board chairman dealt with the repayment part of it, and I know they met and had a conversation. I met with him purely around the school side and talked with him, went for a walk and so on. I'm pretty sure I did say you do realise you can go to the church, to the website, and look into it further if you want.
It would be important that that information is given to all people that make approaches to Wesley College, because the reimbursement of school fees seems a little bit light.
I agree. That was his request. He was really open about what he wanted was a meeting, and that was his idea about repaying the fees. He just felt it was a way of moving forward. It's a traumatic story as well.
Very traumatic.
Years of drug addiction and issues. And that was his suggestion. He said, when he emailed, he just said, like, I don't want a whole lot of money. I want my fees repaid that my parents paid to go there, and I want to come in and meet. And so hopefully we had a positive meeting. I don't think it erases the past, but he left a bit happier.
Right. But you don't know what you don't know, so it's constant messaging across to everybody who will now approach either Wesley College or the church to be given the same information about the redress process.
Yeah, I'm happy to go back. I've been in communication with them a few times, so I'm happy to go back and reiterate that.
Okay. I'm mindful that we're almost at time. I had one more thing.
Please do.
Okay, and that is...
We don't want to break the habit of going over time. It's something we've become used to.
Well, we were on a good thing there for us for a while.
But and you've got some brownie points in the bank, Ms. Sharkey.
If I could bring up... Yes. Just recommendations that a survivor has made in one of her statements. Just while we're looking at that, what is the level of, I guess, discussion across faiths? Are there conversations with other churches or other faith-based organisations about the inquiry or what the learnings are, or redress, for example? Is there any kind of coming together and having progressive discussions?
To my knowledge, no, but that doesn't mean there weren't any, and maybe I just wasn't invited or there. But
I hope you would be invited.
But I think certainly anecdotally from conversations, other faiths are carefully following the work of the Commission. And there have been a couple of meetings with survivor networks that have drawn or invited leadership from other faiths to attend and to be part of discussions which I understand were anticipated at least to help shape some of the thinking to put before the Commission.
Right. Okay.
Before we leave that point, and arising from it, you will be aware that in the end of last year we produced a large volume called Puritumu Torowhanui. 2 issues arising out of that. The first is that those words mean holistic redress. So it was a recognition of survivor evidence and learnings and experts who persuaded us that redress is more than just the handing of a cheque and an apology letter. And that for somebody properly to be restored, you had to meet their individual needs for whatever it was, whatever that looked like, whether that was counselling, assistance in some social service way, whatever. Has the Methodist Church as a whole looked at redress or considered other types of redress other than or as well as money and an apology letter that might fulfil some of that holistic approach?
Thank you for your question, because it's something that has occupied some of our thinking. Yes, we had read that in the report and took it seriously and had moved in that direction. And so we're making suggestions about counselling and other wraparound services and budgeting, etc., and then got pushback and was told, but isn't that another type of paternalism? That
pushback from whom?
From our members on one of our members on our review panel.
Okay.
Māori. Who said, why are you deciding what people need? They have their own agency.
Why well, that's true, of course, isn't it?
And so, yes. And why are you writing that into an agreement isn't it better to have a conversation with people and have the kōrero? And so where once we would say, look, we give you this in compensation and X amount for counselling, and on a couple of occasions we said, and this towards driving lessons, and you've identified this and this and that. Now we take the total in one and say, this is what we want to give you, having heard some of the needs, but it is entirely up to your own agency.
As a package.
As a package.
Thank you for that. And that leads me to the second question, which is a bigger one. In that report, we made some recommendations about the setting up of an independent redress scheme for both faith and state-based, or abuse in both faith and state institutions. So an independently run redress scheme. And that our major recommendations were that this should be done, these should be set up only with and in partnership with Māori and with survivors, and that it should be done in a collaborative way. We anticipated in there that that would happen, and work we know is going on. But my question for you is, have you been approached by the people who are working to set up that scheme as a significant player in the faith-based space to assist or to have your views about a redress scheme put to you?
Yes, I do believe there was an initial round of consultation last year. Is that what you're referring to, Commissioner?
No, it wouldn't have been last year, because our recommendations were last year.
Oh, so the Crown Response Agency?
The Crown Response Unit, yes. Have you heard from them?
Yes, we have heard from them. I think they're finding it a little difficult to get everyone around the table.
Right. Are you prepared to go to the table? Is the Methodist Church prepared to go to the table on this?
Very much so. We have, but I will need to speak with.
I'm not asking you to make. Yes, I'm not asking you to make a commitment today, but it is important to us to know what's happening with our recommendations.
Yes, yes. I mean, in principle, we have absolutely no problem. The only thing is, I would say, from just the short time I've been involved in this, that it's so important, the relational aspect. And I would hope that any independent mechanism would be able to deliver that in a way that honours the survivor, number one. Number two, I just think of things like ACC,
the bureaucracy.
Yes, it just, and I know that, I mean, we aren't exempt from this. Ms. Sharkey has clearly outlined where we failed and made things harder and longer for people to gain justice. But we have changed, and we have been able to be quite efficient, usually in the timings. I would hope that any mechanism could be that same way.
Yes, and I think that is shared by people who gave evidence, certainly faith-based institutions who gave evidence to us last year when we were discussing this. We value the relationship between, our need to meet kanohi ki kanohi, to accept personal or our church's responsibility. So we're aware of those dynamics. But it is also important that work continues so that some way can be seen through this, and it's important, I think, that the churches are at the table with the conversations.
Yes, I mean, I think so too. I'm also aware that if I worry about sometimes if we set up this independent mechanism, that then the church isn't held as accountable as it should be, because we have something else.
We're at arm's length.
Yes, and here you see with Wesley and us, we are aligned and together and working together. And the last thing I would say is that, and what we have now included in our apologies, is that we have said after the kōrero with the person as well, and if you need anything else in the future, we are here. And I wonder if an independent mechanism can deliver that in the same way. That's my
Yeah, that's something we did recommend. But you see, all my point is here is that these are things that I think the Crown Response Unit needs to hear in developing their policies. And if you're not at the table, you're not being able to convey that. So my encouragement is that they engage with you and you engage with them so that they can hear this. So there's no hard and fast lines here. It's about partnership, it's about collaboration, it's about sharing, it's about talanoa about these very important issues. So thank you.
Can I just add to that? Because I did see from your brief that you were proposing to provide survivors with the choice of going to the National Redress Scheme or coming to your redress scheme. And I understand the sentiment about providing survivor choice, but we heard that from all of the faiths that came and gave evidence. And what we also heard strongly from survivors, and we've been listening for doing this for several years now, 3 years on redress, is that they wanted an independent redress scheme. They didn't want to go back to the institutions that had perpetrated the abuse, basically. And while it's up to the collectives, the Māori collectives and survivors to engage with the Crown to create this redress scheme before we know the full details, that was such a strong principle. So I know from your evidence about, you want to maintain that. You don't want to be arm's length. You want to provide, say, pastoral support and care. You might want to provide a direct kanohi ki te kanohi apology, and those things can still be accommodated as we saw them within this new national redress scheme. But really, the independents had to be with that scheme, with the faiths contributing in that way as and when survivors wanted that direct personal response from the church. So I really encourage you just to, with the redress report, because it's all laid out about the rationale and argument for independence, to engage with it before you go to November to meet with the conference. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, I hear what you're saying. At the same time, because we are Māori, yeah? Then the question of tikanga comes in. Tikanga about a hara that has occurred, a wrongdoing, and what that means for us as Māori in the restoration of right relationships and the air, the balance. And it seems to me that if that is outsourced to an independent mechanism, then how does the church and its members have that same sensibility about that? I'm not saying no. I have to go to conference and speak, and I have to speak with Te Taha Māori, and one of our senior leaders has been following here today, and speak with Tauiwi. But these, when we begin to speak tikanga, then we have to go tikanga and go deep into it and be clear. So I'm not saying no.
No, I appreciate that. And of course there's a rich discussion about tikanga and the principles that should drive the redress scheme. But as I say, ultimately, we've provided some navigation lights, but ultimately it's for Māori, the collective that we recommended, and other survivor collectives to engage with the Crown to decide on this. It's empowering survivor voice. That's where it lies. Just to be clear, also, I just noticed that you said that your redress scheme wasn't limited to 1999. We haven't recommended that either in the redress scheme. It's just in our terms of reference that talks about us focusing between 1950 and 1999. But even then, we are able to look at matters beyond 1999 to inform our recommendations to the future. But I do wish you the best with your discussions within your faith. A very challenging kaupapa for you. But we've really grappled with this, so I just, again, encourage you to engage with that report, and good luck for the future. Kia ora. Yeah.
All right. There is something on the screen there, Reverend Tautari, or there should be, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on what the survivor is saying. in terms of their recommendations? Because that first one would require there to be some kind of cross-faith discussion.
Just to be clear, these are recommendations not just relating to redress, but for the future and for that survivors want the Commission to look at as making in their final recommendations. So they're broad, wide-ranging recommendations.
A formal move by churches to ensure proper checking of credentials, not just police checks. That would need to involve formal arrangements to exchange information between diocesan denominations and a discussion at church leaders level. Any thoughts on that?
To some degree, I agree with that. To some degree, it happens already in that if a minister is moving from one church to another, that there is a request of their good standing, and that usually involves ensuring that there were no disciplinary procedures in place currently. But from what I see here in the paragraph, it is requesting something a lot more robust and in depth, and we would agree with that.
Okay. The development of understanding that forgiveness of sexually abusive ministers does not have to include giving them back the power they have abused.
Yes, I agree.
So in a situation where that has happened, a reverend has committed, against a survivor of sexual nature, what is the church's policy? Is he dismissed? What happens?
He or she.
Sorry, my apologies, he or she.
No worries. They go through our own disciplinary procedures, but if it's an issue of sexual abuse, then that is regarded in a different way.
Right. Well, if a survivor is sharing an experience that involves conduct of a sexual nature, then what is that still the same? Is that what exactly entails sexual abuse? Does it have to be the physical action? It can be the way that they've been talked to, messaging, all those examples. Does that come within that definition of sexual abuse? Or is that something that you would have to have a look at?
I would need to have a look at what we have seen today, and especially from the example in the morning, we saw how ministers who have abused have enjoyed impunity. And so if we are to extend that to things like sexual harassment, which I think you're alluding to, then the church would have to take a clear position on that. We do have procedures in place, but what I'm hearing you say is that something stronger is needed, one that doesn't allow people to continue in their positions, because by then they are very clearly unfit for ministry.
Right.
And should be out of the church.
And I think that's part of what the survivor is saying at the bottom. Allowing abusing ministers to resign or take early retirement is a way for churches to avoid the responsibility of standing with the victims, survivors in a clear way. A dismissal would be a clear message to all parties about where the church stands.
Yes, I agree.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. I've now come to the end, but before I pass it over to the commissioners, I did want for any final comments by the witnesses. And Dr. Evans, could we start with you perhaps? We've definitely gone a bit over time. My apologies.
Just thank you for the opportunity. And I want to make an assurance to the survivors and our current school community that this will definitely not be the end. This is a beginning of the work we want to achieve at the college.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Mr. Johnston.
Yeah, I agree this is a journey. Thank you for the platform that we have today. I've seen numerous principles and a lot of work put in, things that they've done that hasn't worked, and it is a continual journey. The board is behind the principle and wants the cultural change, which is important for the safe Wesley College that we desire.
Thank you. Reverend Totari.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa. Just to say thank you to the Commission for allowing us to be in this space, and a special mihi to our survivors here who came to speak with me and with others in the breaks. And it is through this continual engagement and kōrero that we are able to move forward, without which we become faceless and voiceless, and that is not what we want to see. So thank you very, very much.
And there, an encouragement to other survivors to please feel free to come forward.
Yes, please feel free to come forward. What's wonderful is that Dr. Evans has said, come to me as principal, and I say as the General Secretary, come to me. Please come. We are here for you.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair. Talawhalawa. And kia ora. Greetings. Thank you very much for the opportunity that you have given us, the Methodist Church and the Wesley College, hearing our voices, and not only our voices, but our survivors' voices. And we do stand together to speak out to our survivors out there who still have the pulonga on them. To have more courage and step forward. Invitation is there from the General Secretary. You either contact the principal or the General Secretary, and we're more than happy to walk alongside you so that we can tatala the pulonga and lift it so that we can see the light. Kia ora.
Aloha Pito. First and foremost, I just want to thank the Commission again for having us here, and as we've said here, allowing us this platform to share, to talanoa, for the greater good of our great church and our college. I want to thank the survivors for the courage again, for coming forward, and I encourage, like Edwin has said, please set yourselves free and allow yourself to heal by giving and showing that bravery. Our great college we love so much, and if we want to see those changes, we've got to make those changes. We can't keep doing the same things and expecting different results. So I encourage those that need the help to seek the help. The help is there, and as the principal and the General Secretary have said, they are there for you guys, and they're there to support anybody in need. So thank you again for having me. Such a humbling experience, and I'm just very grateful to be a part of this. So thank you very much, Malo Pito, o whalahiato.
And you'll be involved in any anti-bullying work moving forward, maybe?
That was a direction, not a request.
Possibly.
Yeah, I'd love to. Happy to help, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Sekope. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. So we're going to end. We've got 2 minutes before our stenographer's fingers fall off. And so I'm going to invite my fellow commissioners now just to say very few words in closing. We'll start with you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you for honouring us with your presence today and through the talanoa and respecting the wā. I think we need a national talanoa, if we said across schools, across faiths, about bullying, violence, abuse, the role that racism, ableism, clericalism, sexism play in these things. It needs to be led from school assemblies, teachers at the front of classrooms, pulpits, and it needs to be honest conversations about the role that faiths have played and the role that education institutions have played in bullying, abuse, violence in our society. It needs to be both an honest but a courageous and visionary conversation, an aspirational conversation about what better can look like for the next generations. And a bit of a challenge as well alongside the gift that you've given us. I admire the focus towards disadvantage, but I think there are still some groups which remain invisible, and that invisibility further creates risk of harm. I think with disabled kids, like all kids, we need mana and support so that they can both achieve and be kept safe. So I get the challenge as there as well. And for me to feel reassured, I want to hear that the overcoming of the invisibility of these groups amongst our societies, amongst our faith, amongst our schools. Thank you again for honouring the VAR today. Kia ora.
Ko te mihi tuatahi ki ngā purupura ora I whakauru mai ana e matakitaki mai wawaka whakaata. Me koutou mā ko hui mai ki te tautoko o tēnei kaupapa I tēnei rā, tēnā koutou katoa. Tēnā koutou ki te tepu, te hāhi me ngā rangatira o te kura. I just want to thank you, everyone today. It's been a great talanoa, I think, today. We've learned a lot, and I think it's in large part because you've come with so much goodwill and in keeping with those I think of those 4 principles, and I'm thinking about those kind of 3 principles you talked about at the start of today that guides the church. Their openness, do no harm, do good, and thank you, Mr. Keeper, too, for coming. I think it's really encouraging to hear about the initiatives from the kura, support from the church, but also that there are leaders like you out there harm doctor, but a bit hipper than the principle of the kura at the moment that the young rangatahi can identify with, but under your leadership. So it's been a great day. So thank you so much. Ngā mihi nui mahana kia koutou.
Kia ora.
I le ava mal whaaloalo lava, mo le atu whawhtai. Mo le atu whawhtai le tōlo to toa, le tōlo to tele, le tōlo to mawalalo. Vi I le atu le tō whaasoa. I just want to take this opportunity to really express our gratitude, my gratitude, as someone from the Pasifika community, but also a commissioner who's been around the motu and who has heard from lots of communities, including our Pasifika communities. When it comes to the faith, the message that I get really loud and clear, that they literally pummel into me, is a little more, do not demonize the faith, because it means so much to our communities, Māori, Pasifika, Pālangi, Asian, across the motu. And whilst there is a focus on the faith and on the schools, there was some really ugly, ungodly behaviour that went on, and that's what we're addressing. And I hope that you receive that in terms of your presence here today. And so with my fellow commissioners, I too honour you for the way you have respected and continuously honoured our survivors, both online and who are physically present here today, and the hara and the harm that for us is a big navigational light. And so I guess my message really is around use your cultural competencies, capabilities, because you have it in spades. And now, in the 21st century, more so than ever, We require our young, amazing leaders to stand up and take your rightful place in driving those conversations to bring about social change. So schools are on display this week, but our message is the same to all of them. We had we heard from courageous survivors from Silverstream yesterday, Wesley today. We have the rest of the week, we're looking at other schools as well and other faith organisations. And I just want to say, loto tele, loto toa, it's not easy work, but if I refrain back to you, by faith, by learning and by hard work, which is your motto, which you wear proudly as your badge of courage, continue to sow into your harvest field, because you will see the good works from your heart service. And that's what I think we want to see and understand when this commission is gone. What does a healthy Wesleyan community look like? What does a healthy Methodist church look like in this faith space around abuse and care? Malie.
Thank you, Sandra. Ngā mihi mahana kia koutou katoa. We have come to the end of our day, and you've heard fulsomely from my colleagues, and I echo everything that's been said. When we started the day, we were in a faith-based institutional hearing, which sounds pretty ghastly, actually, when you think about it. It sounds bureaucratic. But what we had today was much more than that. So we heard about the bureaucracy and the levels and the channels and the committees and the etc. But we also heard far more potently than that the emotion. We've had tears shared with the table. We've had emotion that has been felt. Some survivors might not accept that. They might be still sceptical, because this is that vow that has been broken is a difficult one to repair. But I hope that survivors who have been affected by abuse in this church have watched and learned, and perhaps learned a little more about the attitude of the church. Above all, we've received a personal and unsolicited account of a personal experience of abuse, which we honour and salute for the courage that it took to be on personal display. Sekope, thank you very much for that. The last thing I want to say, and as I think there's some of you have echoed this already, this commission will vanish in a puff of smoke in the end of June 2023. Our work will be over, our words will be on paper, but the work must go on. And for that, not for this commission, but for the kaupapa and for the survivors, the kaupapa needs champions. And we look to leaders of all of the faith-based institutions to be champions for the future, so that, as we say, e kore anō, never again. And so your contribution today in this relaxed, nice talanoa form has been deeply appreciated by all of us. So thank you very much indeed. And on that note, I think it's appropriate that we end with karakia. Kei a koe mātua, kei a koe te tikanga.
Kia iwa la tēnei tuku, kia iwa tēnei tuku, wairo hoki e tātou tēnei pare, whanno, tau mai te toki, haumi e, hui e. Tai ki e. Kia ora mai no tātou. It is with great honour to pass on our aroha to everybody here today. The tepu, I have decided to sing our kia tau kia tātou katoa, a himene which relates for all of us through the grace of, through the Lord Jesus Christ, through the love of God, the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, the fellowship of all mankind. May we be blessed, all of us, today. Paerata kia koutou, te waiata. We've changed the tune slightly, jazzed it up to give a bit of spirit for us to enjoy the rest of the day. So if you know the words, if you know the tune, kei te pai, sing up, blow the roof off this house. Because my voice is not too good, I'll turn this off when we start singing. The other thing is, as I was driving past the marae today, I saw 3 of our queers tidying up the marae. So I invited them to come for a ride and I buy them an ice cream. They didn't know I was coming here, but when we got in here, I said, I'll have to give you an ice cream after we finish. Raiaha, so they're going to help me sing this waiata. Join us, please. Kia ora mai rata. O Tata, Areki, second verse, same as the first. Kia tau, kia tātou, katoa, te ata whai, o tātou, areki, me te aloha ko te atua, me te pipinga tahitanga, i te wairua tapu. Me te pipinga tahitanga, i te wairua tapu. Ake, ake. Amen. E honora e karo ore ki te ato e maungalongo ki te whenua. Whakarongo mai e mātou whānau ki te haramai nei ki te kōrero a tātou tēnei te kaupapa. Kia kaha mai tō e rua te kōrero, he manaki tia mai ki a wutu. Hei piki te ora, piki te kaha, piki te maunatanga me tau te rangi māre, waningi e tātou. A pina tia mai mō koutou whānau e noho mai tō kāinga, mā wiwi hoki. A pina tia mai mō koutou whānau e nohona ki tō e para. Kia kaha mai ko tātou wairua tapu. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this special day that we've come together. We ask You to bless each one of us who have offered their kōrero, who have offered their love, who have offered their support for the kaupapa we're about to endure. We ask all these things in Your name. Ake tonu ake. Kia whakamaua kia tina. Tina. Haumi e, hui e, tai e. Kia ora mai no tata.
The faith-based institutional response public hearing has finished for today.